Hello. I think one of them already joined the bus there. So I just
I'm here. I was a little bit worried.
I written the mail. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Can you see the castle?
Oh,
I think so.
yeah.
Good.
Osaka Castle?
Yeah. That's the point. The point is seeing the castle. What's new?
Maybe if I have something to share worth sharing is we experienced another international patient.
Oh, really? Tell me the story.
She was 70 years old.
70-year-old female. 70-year-old female.
New Zealand.
Okay, from New Zealand. 70-year-old female from New Zealand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, nationality was New Zealand, but she lived more than 20 years in Australia.
Okay.
And then she joined a cruise travel again from Korea.
Oh, interesting.
Maybe Asian, some kinds of Asian, I don't know, Korea, Japan cruise or something like that.
Okay,
like
okay,
a total
sure.
more than 1 month cruise.
Hmm.
And then she departed, I think, 5 days before the departure, arrival for the hospital. And she was infected. She had an infection, skin infection
Oh,
on
no.
cruise ship due to unknown cause, actually.
Well, you say she was 70 years old. Was she immunocompromised in any way?
I think if she had the underlying disease, she is already elderly.
Yeah.
And
okay.
also severe obesity.
Oh, no.
115 kilograms.
Oh, no.
Oh, no diabetes or
But
hypertension.
a lot of
Yeah.
issues around that. Yeah.
Then, actually, if I can say already, the diagnosis was severe skin infection
Okay.
and sepsis, septic
Oh,
shock.
no.
We did intensive care for her for
Yes.
1 week. However, we couldn't save her. She died.
So what, before she was transported to your hospital, what was her condition on the ship? In other words, how many days was she suffering?
Only 1 day previously.
Oh,
she
really?
developed dyspnea.
Okay.
She rested on the vessel,
Yeah.
but her friends brought her to the hospital
Yeah.
just before the departure from Nagasaki port. And then at that time already she was status in shock.
Oh, no.
And yeah, because this is a septic shock, so
Yeah.
understandable cause because very quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, progression. Anyway, she died.
Oh, that's
Of
too
course,
bad.
this pose is also very, good experience. How we did everything to save her life.
Yeah, I'm
but
sure.
Eventually we couldn't. But the problem issue was that after death, so this is a very unusual case because international traveler died in the hospital in
Yeah.
Japan. So we struggled to how to send her to home for funeral.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how to manage? Because this is a very legal issue. We need to transfer the dead body for air flight with
Well, now,
proper documentation.
How much responsibility does the cruise liner carry here, right? Because technically
Actually,
she's
she
under
disembarked already.
Well,
Maybe insurance issue later they can discuss how much percent can be covered by the cruise line and travel insurance. But problem is already she disembarked, so
So as soon as she
no
leaves,
responsibility for the how to manage the body. So of course we needed to discuss insurance company mainly.
you probably need to talk to your lawyers.
Uh-huh.
You probably need to talk to your lawyers. I hope you have a good legal team in your hospital.
But we didn't have any issue. We did the struggle to find some place to store the body before the decision.
Well, let me outline a similar scenario in a United States hospital.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what a hospital in the United States would do. They would do everything without question. It wouldn't be like, oh, sorry, we can't do this. Sorry, we can't do that. They'd be like, okay, we can do this. We can do that. And with every step, they're adding up the bill. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Right? What do you call it? The kaikyo. Kaikyo.
Mm-hmm.
They're adding all of these procedures and everything is being added to the final bill without complaint.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end, here you go. This is how much you owe us.
Mm-hmm.
Then it becomes the battle.
Mm-hmm.
So in an American institution, they're not going to complain, oh, sorry, we can't do this. Oh, sorry, we can't do that. They're just going to do it. But then at the end, they're going to charge you.
Yeah.
They're going to charge you money.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of, I think the Japanese hospitals are just too nice. They're not. They're not thinking like a business. They're
with the insurance company. We reported some, tentative but cost, and then of course we discussed how much percent already covered or not. Because actually we understand at that case all budget, all costs were covered by the insurance company. So we did everything eventually. The problem is, we struggle to find the place to store the dead body after the death.
Well, now, why is that? Because you're a hospital. Dead body storage is your specialty.
We have no refrigerator for dead body.
What?
In the hospital.
What?
Only most.
The morgue?
Yeah, morgue. Yeah. Only,
your hospital has a morgue.
Only just AC, air conditioner, like 15 degrees Celsius.
Well, that's strange.
Yeah, we don't have any.
Oh, because normally it's Japanese have cremations quickly after the death.
Yeah, because
is that because of the Buddhist culture?
I don't know, but
well, now here is the typical case in the United States. Hello, welcome. Hello, are you joining the conversation? Hello. If you're joining the conversation, you can't have side talk.
I need to introduce myself too.
Yeah, introduce yourself, but we have people side talking.
I think I should be mute. Should mute, please.
Somebody, please either mute your channel or join the conversation.
Yeah.
I don't think they can hear. I don't think they can hear us. Hello.
Maybe she can. I think I don't know. I can do.
Can you? You're the host. Can you mute her, please?
I'm a host, though.
She doesn't know she's in the meeting. I think that worked. Okay, thank you.
I did.
Thank you. All right, so this is the
responsibility of a host.
Yeah, thank you. She can join us when she's ready.
Yeah.
This is the typical situation in an American hospital. In many cases, it's a criminal situation. It's a murder or some kind of accident, a car accident.
Yes.
Or it's a murder, or it's a victim of a violent crime.
Mm.
And so there's going to be a police investigation.
Yes.
So an autopsy and a preserved body is a normal situation in the United States.
I agree.
Yeah.
Because some university hospital, big hospital, they have.
No, not some. All.
Okay, you're in your situation.
Yeah.
But in Japan, no.
But Japan is
hospital,
a unique
sometimes, no.
situation because most deaths are age related, and there's already a funeral in planning. And because of the Buddhist culture, the body needs to be cremated very quickly after the death.
Mm.
So you don't need refrigerated or storage for the body. So that's
Because
kind of a
we
logistics
also
problem.
do autopsy in the hospital sometimes after death.
Sometimes, but in America, it's majority cases.
Okay, so this is a different situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we struggle to find the place.
Struggling. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
we
I see.
usually transport the body to the funeral center,
Yeah.
but in the city, Nagasaki city, have several, funeral center, but they all refuse to receive the body.
Well, this New Zealand woman that doesn't want to, their family doesn't want to have the funeral in Japan. I mean, that's for them, it's of course, but for you, it's like, wait a minute, what do we do? Yeah, I can understand that.
Anyway, can I introduce?
Please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Because this is my first time to see.
First time.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Actually, I should be the one. Dr. Wada, this is Dr. Aoki of Nagasaki. Dr. Wada at Kansai Idai. Or as you know, Kansai Idai was the original class, and then during Corona, it shut down. And then subsequently, Dr. Hayakawa moved to Nagasaki, and then he restarted the class. So now we're in the full dual hospital mode here with Nagasaki and Kansai Idai. Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Aoki, thank you for my joining this English lesson.
Welcome. Welcome, Dr. Wada. So just to recap, Dr. Aoki was introducing a cruise ship patient, 70 years old. She died from sepsis, and they don't have a way to store the body in refrigeration. So they're having some logistics problems with the body now. But in an American hospital, that wouldn't be an issue. The body would go on ice immediately. But in Japan, most deaths are not criminal cases. In America, most deaths involve a criminal investigation and autopsy. Aya, how are you? I think she's still muted. I'm not sure.
I think internet connection is bad.
Yeah, okay. We'll do our best here.
Yeah,
Welcome to Osaka. We have the castle in the background. Thank you. Okay.
Good.
The sun's on my back. It's a little hot. Yeah, well, so what is the current situation now, Dr. Aoki? Just to complete this discussion.
Actually, eventually we asked the police to cooperate to give us the storage place, and then.
Oh, so the police have a refrigerated morgue.
Mm.
That's so even though it was not a criminal case, they were able to accommodate.
Yeah.
So, wow.
Actually, unexpectedly, they agreed to help us.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it was so good.
Okay.
And we surprised. Mm.
But now you may need to be prepared for a similar situation in the future.
Yeah, that's why I think the collaboration with the police is one possible option.
But you can't rely on that because they're a criminal organization. I mean, if it was a murder or if it was some kind of violent crime victim, of course, but more likely it's an elderly patient on a cruise.
Yeah,
and so the hospital may need to expand your capabilities. You may need to add refrigeration.
A hospital or in the cities there are several funeral centers. There are the refrigerator. So we need to discuss in advance
So
because
you would
this-
have to subcontract a funeral home to store the body, even though they're not providing the funeral.
Yes.
Well-
That's correct.
Then you charge money.
Because this is a business issue.
Yeah, it's a
they-
business issue.
They don't want to agree because
Yeah,
they don't have any funeral.
Yeah,
there.
it's a business
So
issue.
I agree because we don't know
Yeah.
how long the body should be.
Well, they have a
occupied.
daily price. They
So
charge.
that's why. Mm.
They charge by the day.
Yeah.
So sorry for your loss, but then again, overweight patient, that should realize that that's a high risk factor.
Mhm.
She was
Yeah.
how much? What was her weight? 115 kilograms.
Yes.
How tall was she?
100, less than 160, I think.
Yeah. I'm 174 centimeters and I weigh 62 kilograms.
Wow,
So
very healthy.
yeah,
Good.
that's overweight.
Dr. Wada, did your hospital, Kansai Medical University, accept foreign country patients?
Recently, one case.
One case.
Yeah, coma,
Coma.
Oh my.
coma young patient.
Tell us the details, please.
Okay.
Yeah, was admission.
Tell me the details, please. Age and sex, please. Start with age and sex.
Age is 25.
25-year-old
Old man.
male.
Man.
Okay.
Man.
From
From
Malaysia.
okay.
Malaysia.
Yeah.
A worker or a tourist?
No.
No. A worker or a
Probably-
tourist? No.
In Japan, I don't know quite.
So what were the circumstances of the coma? Was
Short working in Japan.
so working in Japan,
Short stay,
okay,
yeah.
not a tourist.
Short stay.
Coma. What was the circumstance? A head injury?
No, probably infection.
Oh God.
Infection.
Yeah, but origin of infection was not clear.
Mysterious.
Yes.
Did he suffer from encephalitis or meningitis?
Encephalitis is thought by our team,
Suspected.
but suspected.
Uh-huh.
So, but many examination is
No.
not clear.
Was
Oh.
there any injury related and any cuts, bruises, bleeding? No.
No,
No.
not injury. No injury, no bleeding,
food poisoning?
not poisoning, no drug,
Can I ask HIV positive or negative?
negative.
Wow.
So at last he dead.
Wow.
He did.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh.
Brain death.
Oh my.
Really?
After brain death.
My.
Oh.
25
Twice-
25 years old? 25 years old.
Yes, very young.
Wow.
How about cerebral spinal fluid? Elevated cell.
Normal.
Normal. On MRI imaging, normal.
Normal. Yeah. Admission first day,
Oh.
brain CT scan show brain swelling.
Oh, really? Oh.
So emergency ICP censoring was
Oh, yes.
performed,
Yes.
and for several days
Mm-hmm.
all of examination
Mm-hmm.
were performed,
Mm.
no diagnosis.
Oh.
Wow.
So 1 week after 1 week,
Mhm.
his mother
Mm.
went to
Oh.
Japan
Came
from
to
Malaysia,
Japan.
and brain death
Oh
check
no.
test was performed.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But he and his family do not hope
Mm.
No artificial sustenance of life. Yeah.
organ-
Okay.
organ donor, organ
Oh,
Donation.
implantation.
donation.
Donation. Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is your speculation?
Mm.
What is your theory as the cause of death?
Probably.
Yes.
How
Probably
about the CRP level?
slightly.
Slightly.
See,
Yeah.
explain CRP, please.
CRP means inflammation level.
Oh, okay.
Inflammation.
So you're talking sepsis, right?
Slightly level.
So what is your what do you suspect, Dr. Wada?
Probably Dr. Hayakawa as say encephalitis of any viral
Mm.
infection.
Really? Viral infection.
Yeah.
Wow.
In overseas,
Mhm.
in Japan, not detected just.
So what was the vector? Do you think it was food or a mosquito or just what do you think was the vector?
In my memory, his past history slightly cough
Oh, really?
and fever.
So it was like a
Viral-
respiratory infection?
Yes, not respiratory, slightly fever, slightly infection
Yeah.
symptom.
So it was like airborne pathogen, an airborne virus.
Dr. Oki, how about your opinion?
Yes.
Yeah, I also experienced very quick course of influenza encephalitis in 4-year-old boy,
Okay.
immunocompetent, but very quick. If developed the influenza encephalitis, it can be fatal, and the patient become brain dead within days. So I just thought these kinds of viral encephalitis.
So
But-
this is an airborne virus.
yeah,
Like the
virus.
flu.
But for example, like other encephalitis I saw is Japanese encephalitis. Vector was a mosquito.
Yeah.
So, but I think Japanese encephalitis has more very typical MRI findings in salmon.
Well, Dr. Wada said that there was a possibility he was infected in his home country before his travel to Japan.
Mm-hmm.
So-
yeah, that's why I asked some
Yeah.
tropical medicine
Yeah.
question like HIV or of course, but
Mm.
I don't know. What does it say? MRI is normal, or MRI has also
No.
encephalitis normal.
Normal, yeah.
Wow.
In our hospital, many kind of PCR test,
Mm.
viral,
Mm.
or many infection PCR test can be performed,
Okay.
but not
Not conclusive. Not conclusive.
yes,
Wow. Life is short.
very miserable.
Sorry.
course.
Yeah. But this is a rare case. This is not common. This is very uncommon.
How about the parents didn't agree to be donor, but how about the autopsy? No.
They not agree.
So they transported the body back home.
Yes.
Okay.
Airplane.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Too bad. I'm so sorry. But that's quite rare. That's quite a rare case, I think. Not the government assassination. Not the CIA poisoning. Not North Korean agent. No. Okay.
John, where are you?
Oh, welcome to Osaka Castle.
Oh, your house?
Yeah, I'm in Osaka.
Oh,
Welcome. Got to show off my castle.
Dr. Oki, Dr. Wada wrote many original articles and many case reports like you. Dr. Oki and Dr. Wada all same my colleague to you and Dr. Wada try to work hard for clinical and try to write a manuscript. So you are same, very same. I am very glad that Dr. Oki and Dr. Wada meet this class.
Finally.
I'm happy.
Finally.
Very happy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Too bad Aya seems too busy today. I guess she's on duty. She's with us in spirit.
I think Wada Sensei, if we have any opportunity, we can do collaboration for writing case report or any multi-center study.
I would like to see more case reports presented in this class because it really is the best way to communicate in English.
Yeah.
Because just having a free talk is not very productive, but the case reports very productive.
Now I am interested in SFTS. In Osaka, no.
What is SFTS? Please explain.
Severe febrile thrombocytopenia syndrome.
Tell me more.
Because of the tick bite.
Oh, is this like Lyme disease?
Yeah. Similar to Lyme disease.
Okay.
In Osaka, we cannot experience the SFTS or Japanese Nihonko Hanets. How do you say in English?
Japanese spotted fever.
Well, I'm sorry. One more time, please, Dr. Aoki.
Japanese spotted fever.
Japanese spotted fever. I don't know if that relates to Rocky Mountain spotted fever.
Yeah, it's very similar. This
Okay.
is also rickettsia disease.
Yeah.
So bacteria infection.
And this is a tick. This is a
Tick-borne.
yeah. So this is a blood transferred by the blood.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
In Nagasaki hospital, do you experience?
Yes.
Ooh.
Now we
Oh.
now we are treating for the Japanese red spotting.
Oh.
So what is the typical case? Are these people living in the countryside, or these are like farmers? What's the situation?
Yes, farmer.
Okay.
Many case farmer.
Yeah.
Yes. Now we are treating case 75-year-old female, red rash, and like a sepsis, and severe DIC. So we perform the CRRT, continuous replacement renal
Wow.
replacement therapy, for first time in this emergency center.
All right. So now here's my question. How does the risk factor relate to age? 75-year-old farmer versus 65-year-old farmer versus 55-year-old farmer versus 45-year-old farmer. Same vector, but would a younger farmer have a far less risk of infection?
She don't have a diabetes mellitus. Say 75. Yeah, elderly patient only.
Yeah.
How about your opinion, Dr. Aoki? Risk factor?
Age-related risk
I
factor.
think the infection, if the risk of the infection not related to the age, but
Okay.
severity.
Okay.
of-
So a younger farmer would have the same risk as an older farmer for this disease.
I believe so. I
Okay.
didn't see any paper about.
Okay.
Why this patient need to be operation? Leg operation.
No needs of operation.
What is the therapy? What is the course of action? It's a replacement.
Minomycin injection.
Okay.
Administer minomycin, yes.
Antibiotics.
And multiple organ failure.
Oh my.
Coma and pneumonitis and acute kidney injury
Okay.
and acute liver injury.
Wow.
Yes.
Is she on
and-
dialysis at this point?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Continuous replacement.
Continuous dialysis. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
What kind of IV? She's getting the antibiotics. What else is a component of the IV?
Minomycin.
Only there's no special lactate ringers, glucose, saline. I don't know about the IV components.
Lactate ringer.
Okay, that's it. Okay, nothing special other than the antibiotics. Okay, antibiotics and the continuous.
She suffered from pancreas necrosis.
Mm.
As a result of this infection.
Yes.
Okay.
Her end of finger black and necrosis. And yesterday we checked the CT scan pancreas necrosis.
Okay. Yeah. That's a microvascular effect of the microvascular.
Coagulopathy, yes,
Yeah.
yes. Clot.
Yeah, probably the kidneys and the pancreas and the fingertips and the earlobes and maybe even her retinas, right? She's probably gone blind. So what's the prognosis?
Yesterday we checked the brain MRI. We can see we cannot see the severe damage in brain MRI. So we estimate probably she can recover brain function.
Okay.
But we found the pancreas necrosis. If infectious pancreas necrosis occurred, we cannot rescue her.
I see. 75 and
Yes.
pancreatic failure.
For pancreatic necrosis, anticoagulant therapy.
Yes. We administer the recombinant thrombomodulin 6 days, and she had atrial fibrillation, so we administered the heparin and continuous.
Okay. Did she have any history?
Huh?
Her history. Any history?
History. No remarkable history.
All right. So how long before, how long after admission was it determined that this was spotted fever? What was the time frame of diagnosis?
On
Good
other
question.
mission,
Good question. We experienced many cases, Japanese leg spotting. This case, onset from onset to admission, 3 or 4 days. So very we cannot start the effective antibiotics, minomycin, to delay. So very severe. She fall to the severe DIC.
So,
How about
well,
Takuki?
in
Your
retrospect, if you had administered the antibiotics upon admission, then maybe the prognosis would have been better.
we did start minimizing on admission because we suspected on admission.
Okay, I see.
But
That was my question.
unfortunately, she was brought to the hospital already 4 days after the onset. So the initiation of treatment was
Okay, I see.
not timely. Usually, this is the cause. Elderly person developed the sepsis, right?
Yeah.
Even though unknown origin.
Yeah.
sepsis,
Okay.
We usually started broad spectrum of the
So then,
antibiotics
a
coverage.
suggestion would be a better public education program for this disease.
Yeah, I think so.
Because if the public were aware that prompt treatment could provide better outcome,
That's why,
right?
now broadcast, now
Yeah, okay.
report a lot of
right.
tick-borne disease issue because one veterinarian doctor died to examine the cat.
All right.
So
what are local preventative measures? Like check your clothing, check your skin for ticks, I guess, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Proper hygiene, I guess.
Yeah, like wearing the long sleeve.
Yeah, all right.
To the forest or bush.
Yeah. And then are there other preventative measures? No.
I think some, I don't know, like insecticide is effective or not.
Yeah, but that has some drawbacks with poisonings and things like that, toxicity. So I guess education.
I just want to say is, usual sepsis, we started the broad spectrum antibiotics, but these antibiotics cannot cover the tick-borne disease.
Yeah, that's
But
amazing.
usually, after admission, even though we started the antibiotics timely, 4 or 5 days later, we did realize this is not usual sepsis. And then that time we tried to examine her body, and then we found
Pinprick.
bite site. Eschar.
Is it a pinprick?
Like whole body with the skin, and then we checked if there is a skin bite site.
And the bite site, is it the size of a pinprick?
No, actually, typically they have the eschar like 1 centimeter.
Oh, so there's like an inflammatory red area or something?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
I see that.
Yeah.
Well, now back to age-related, sorry. Maybe a younger person would complain, right? A younger person would say, oh, something bit me, because elderly people, many times they're callous to pain. They shrug off, I must have bumped myself, or they just kind of ignore minor complaints.
Yeah, it's gonna be a factor for the delayed diagnosis. Younger people may notice.
Yeah, that might be a factor there.
Or just inform us timely
Yeah.
if they have the experience. But tick bite, sometimes the patient didn't realize.
Yeah, years ago in the United States, we're talking hundreds of years ago, during the westward migration, when people were settling into the western part of the United States, this is before the steam engine, this was during the covered wagon days, the Oregon Trail days, this was common. They call it the Rocky Mountain spotted fever, and children were highly affected by this, especially in the colder weather where you're wrapping up the babies, you're wrapping up the children, and the tick gets inside their clothing or their blankets, and they don't notice. And back then they didn't bathe every day. Most people in the United States 100 years ago, they bathed once a week, right? And changing your clothes in the wintertime was actually a risk because you didn't have indoor heating. So yeah, Rocky Mountain spotted fever. I don't know what the mortality rate was back then, but it was a problem. It was endemic to the migration west. Yeah.
Dr. Suzuki, Dr. Ayaka,
Hello.
please introduce your memorial or your
Special cases.
unforgettable case.
Special cases. Tell us a special
in
case.
American University.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Welcome. Thanks for coming.
今日40歳が倒れてなかった。
So okay, we have a patient today. New case.
Yes.
So he's a young man. What
This is a young man. That's not science, right? Age and sex.
40 years old.
40-year-old male.
Hmm.
40-year-old male. Okay, that's not young, but okay.
熱中症やった。
Yeah, sure. And okay. So,
40-year-old male.
So, okay, usually he work as a truck driver.
Okay.
Oh.
But today he didn't go to the company.
Okay.
That's why company called to him,
Okay.
and so staff found the patient lie down on the floor.
So he was unconscious at home.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
For how long?
Yes.
For how
Mhm.
long is the question.
How long was that?
何日か。
We don't know.
Okay. So undiscovered loss of consciousness or what is that? Unwitnessed. Sorry, I'm getting it straight. Unwitnessed loss of consciousness.
Hmm.
Ah.
And his past medical history is rheumatoid arthritis.
Okay. 40 years old with rheumatoid arthritis.
Hmm.
Wow. Well, that is young.
Yeah, and he always used steroid
Ah.
and methotrexate. So he like got infectious disease easily.
Oh, because it's immunosuppressive?
Yes.
I see.
So
Well, it is autoimmune. So.
and his breathing is very fast. Yeah.
Okay.
The CT scan is like he has a big pneumonia
Oh.
Advanced pneumonia?
caused by Legionella.
I'm sorry?
Caused by Legionella.
What?
PCR detected Legionella.
That's a bacteria?
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce the English.
How do you spell it? Katakana doesn't work. You need to spell it in ABCs. Radiota?
Okay.
I think maybe it's radiota.
Legionella.
Sorry.
The bacteria usually found in like
Can you
Mostly-
spell the name,
green.
please? Just spell. Spell.
Do you know spell Dr. Aoki?
This is a weakness in the Japanese system.
L-E.
I'm sorry?
L-E-G-I-N-E-L-L-A, I think.
Okay.
Legionellosis.
Okay. So it
Yeah.
produces a neurotoxin, right?
This is one of the bacteria, but atypical pathogen for the pneumonia.
Okay.
But a very famous common cause of bacterial pneumonia.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
And because the steroid use, he was immunocompromised. I see. Okay. So what's his present condition?
Now he is intubated, and we use Zithromac to treat the patient.
What?
Macrolide antibiotics.
Okay. All right. I see. Go slowly with those names, those medicine names. You got to go slow. Yeah, that's fine.
Zithromac.
Yeah, it's antibiotics. Okay. All right. And prognosis?
It's legionellosis, pneumonia.
Yeah. So what's the prognosis?
A prognosis.
Yeah.
It depends on like.
So his current condition is severe, critical, guarded, improving, stable.
Stable.
He's stable. Okay. Condition stable. All right.
Just admitted today.
All right. Good luck. Antibiotics, IV, intubation. He's on oxygen. Okay. 40 years old. Now, what about the steroid? So he's not receiving the steroids now.
No, he receiving.
It's part of the IV, the steroids.
Yes.
But he's on the antibiotics, so yeah, okay.
Pneumonia.
I see. Yeah. Wow. Don't want to be that guy. Thank you for sharing. Welcome to the class, Saya.
Thank you.
Yeah, you've already met Dr. Aoki, is that right? Oh, wait a minute. You're from Nagasaki, of course.
Sorry, what?
She's from Nagasaki. She knows you.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Dr. Wada's the new member. Dr. Wada, are you enjoying this discussion?
Yes.
Yeah, we're glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One question.
Yes.
Dr. Aoki, why no? Overseas, where overseas did you work?
Many locations. Dr. Wada is a member or was a member of the MSF, and he's done a lot of research projects in the Philippines.
Oh, Philippines.
Yeah. And isn't it also Africa? You were in Africa, is that right?
Only very short time.
Okay.
For the Africa
Oh.
part. I'm doing my study now, research project in the Philippines since 2022. Yes.
Snake bites. Snake bite.
Yeah, snake bite is my topic.
Yeah.
Sorry. Excuse me.
Snake bite.
Yeah. A lot of interesting conversations about snake venom, snake bites, PCR for the mouth DNA to determine the snake species. If they can determine the snake species, then they can determine what course of treatment, because they'll know the toxin or not, or lack of toxin. Many snake bites are non-venomous, so you don't want to give the wrong anti-venom to a patient that doesn't have a toxic bite. So if they can determine the species of snake with a wound PCR, then the course of treatment will be more accurate. So that I think that's. Did I get that right?
Maybe I want to talk more, but I need to go now. So
Yeah, we're out of time.
See you next week.
We're out of time.
Yeah.
Everybody, thank you very much. Very good conversations. We hope to see you next week. Are there any final questions? Thank you, everyone, for joining. We hope to see you all next time. Have a good evening.
See you
Okay, bye now.
here again.
Okay, bye. Ugh. Ah. Oh, man. Fumiya, how are you? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting. How are you?
Fine. Oh, good.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
How's the weather in Tokyo?
It's windy.
Windy. Okay.
Windy.
Yeah, it was windy here yesterday, but now it's just hot.
Hmm.
Rainy and sunny and humid and yeah.
It's humid
Yeah.
because of typhoon.
Well, oh, is there a typhoon coming?
Typhoon is actually typhoon changed difference.
Where is it?
Where is it?
Yeah.
Typhoon.
Yeah, where is it?
Typhoon is near Izu.
Oh, really? Okay. Wow, so close. Wow, there's a lot of heavy rain up the coast of Tohoku and Hokkaido. Big tropical system here. Yeah, okay. Maybe we'll get some cooler weather now.
Sorry, I was mistaken. The typhoon was ending.
Well, dead typhoons have a lot of rain, right? Even if when the typhoon dies, there's still lots of rain.
Yeah.
Dead typhoons cause lots of floods and destruction. So, yeah, typhoons. That's why they're typhoons. Do you know what typhoon means? Taihen Fuben. Yeah.
Really?
That's a Japanese joke. Nobody will get that one.
Oh.
All right, Fumiya, you sent me a few screenshots that we should begin, right? Unless you have some questions, we'll start now. Are you ready? Okay, great. Thank you for sending. The sun is shining right on my back through the window here, but it's good. The sun's going to be going down here pretty soon. Thanks for waiting. Okay, so you have some questions about last week.
Yeah, I don't question, but
No, I'll go through it. It's good. I really appreciate when the students do rewriting.
Yeah, I decided.
Yeah, so I'll go over it.
There's a lot of
I think you might.
editing.
Well, you might have some questions, so let's go over it. Let's check it out.
Was it
No
correct?
worries, no worries. I'll take a look at it here. I just want to make sure here. This one here, okay. All right, after our last lesson, I started thinking about AI. I have to write around 30 patient reports every month. I'm good at typing, so it only takes half an hour. But some coworkers take too much time. Yeah, I heard my boss wants to apply AI to help with monthly reports. She said she wants to save time, so she's going to apply AI by this September. Okay. By the way, I imagined something funny. I made a household helper robot. I wanted it to make dinner, but it started washing clean dishes. Of course, it is a joke, but there is an AI alignment platform to avoid errors. Platform. I don't know if... I think I would want to say AI alignment is an issue, right? AI alignment is an issue. But that's fine. I think AI will supplant people in easy jobs, and we are going to have to improve the quality of our work, especially in things AI can't do. One example is creating ideas. This is something only people can do. That's very good,
Okay.
Fumiya. I don't see any problems here. Do you have any questions?
I don't question.
Okay, great. All right, we're done with that. That was good.
If things can do something only people can do, okay. I did send.
Yeah, I think I have the next page right here. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, okay. I don't see a date. I don't see a date.
Date.
When did you write this?
When did you write?
You. I did not write this. You wrote this. So when did you write this?
I wrote.
When?
When?
Yeah.
When? In. Okay. This Tuesday.
So Tuesday
Night. So
doesn't matter day or night. Tuesday, June.
Okay, Tuesday.
What was the date? What was the date on Tuesday? I'm sorry?
24th.
24th. Tuesday, June 24th.
Tuesday, June
Okay.
24th.
So yeah, be careful. Make sure you get the date.
Okay.
I want to talk about a famous Japanese writer. Whoops. Does Mr. Yoshimura have a first name?
First name is Akira.
The Japanese writer Akira Yoshimura. Okay. Whoa. The Japanese writer Akira Yoshimura. Okay. Many of his books are interesting. Bring me illusion. This is so interesting. Such an interesting thing to say. I like really make me wonder. I think that's a better choice. I'm sending this one to you.
Thank you. Yeah.
I don't think we need this. I don't think that's necessary. Whoop. What happened?
Okay, it's even same.
Yeah, I know, but we are just going to end there. Okay, this is where we end. That's good enough. Everything beyond there is unnecessary. Okay? All of that second page is not necessary.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
All right. Woo. Can you see my screen?
Okay.
And I think I'm going to do this. I'm going to turn it sideways so we can get it better. Oops. I don't like that. Why is that happening? Okay, please read.
Okay, I want to talk about the famous Japanese writer.
So start with the date, please.
Huh?
Start with the date, please.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
thank you.
Tuesday, June 21st.
Hmm.
I want to talk about famous Japanese writer.
A. A.
Sorry.
A.
A.
Yes.
A.
Start again, please. I want to.
I want to talk about.
A. A. It doesn't matter. You can say A. You can say It's the same. Yeah.
I want to talk about the famous Japanese writer.
Okay.
Right. Okay. About my import writing.
About a year ago.
About a year ago, I want to improve my.
Now be careful, Fumiya. Slow down a little bit, please. Going fast is not important. Accuracy is more important than speed.
Okay.
Thank you.
About
About a year ago. Yes.
a year ago, I want to improve.
I
my
wanted
report.
to. I wanted to.
Wanted to improve my report writing skills.
Hmm.
So I asked
Asked.
Dr. Yamamoto.
Yes.
She recommended many
Recommended.
recommended
Yes.
many novels
Okay.
as a way to improve
Improve. Yeah.
uh,
Okay.
her favorite author is Akira Yoshimura.
The Japanese writer.
Her favorite author is the Japanese writer Akira Yoshimura.
Okay.
Who was
No. Sorry. Many of his books. Thank you.
many of his books are
Interesting.
interesting,
Mm-hmm.
and these stories really make me wonder.
Yeah, I'm sorry I cut the end off there. Yeah, I cut the end off. I'm sorry.
Because he lived from 1927 to 26.
2006.
2006.
Okay.
Obviously.
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 Yes.
He didn't travel back in time to Edo, but he was as if he actually lived in that period.
Very good. Very good. Okay. Sorry, sir. Some questions?
Yeah, it make me wonder.
These stories really make me wonder. It seems like he had a great imagination. That his time machine was his brain, right? I'm not familiar with Akira Yoshimura, but according to you, he had the ability to communicate Edo life very accurately. Is that true? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's interesting. Other questions?
Obviously.
Well, we know that time machines don't exist, right? If time machines existed, then maybe he did travel to Edo period. But we know that time machines are not real. So obviously, he did not travel back in time, right? Okay, good.
Obviously.
Obviously, yeah. Okay.
He didn't say that.
Yeah.
I I don't have the Edo period.
Well, here's the thing. Edo period, Edo period, Edo period, Edo period. If you keep saying Edo period many times, it gets very tiring.
Edo.
So what we'll do is say Edo, that period, the Tokugawa era. We have to think of ways to say the same thing in different ways. That's kind of English style. Oh, I'm sorry. Period. Period. The spelling. Yeah. Period. No. Period. Good. Good.
Period.
Yeah.
I check period.
Okay. That's good. That's good work. So yeah, go ahead and after the class you can rewrite and then have any questions next time. I'm gonna stop. What button do I push? There we go. Okay. I'm very curious about this author, Akira Yoshimura.
She knows. Dr. Yamamoto knows.
Yeah, she likes his books. I've never read his books. Can you tell me one of his stories? Can you explain?
Explain.
Make it short. It doesn't have to be so long, but
I read Siebold. Von Siebold.
I'm sorry.
Von Siebold. Do you know? Siebold was the one of famous Dutch people. Dutch doctor.
In Japan.
When Japan didn't.
Well, Japan was a closed country.
Yeah.
So was he one of the first foreigners in Japan?
Yeah.
And what was his name again?
Siebold.
Okay.
Siebold.
Now I do know the story of Miura Anjin, but that's a different story, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
So Mr. Siebold was a Dutchman in Japan. Oh, he was a doctor?
Yeah. Doctor.
Interesting.
So Siebold.
Dr. Siebold.
Dr. Siebold.
Okay, thank you.
Was in Nagasaki.
Okay, so just to let you know, we can't say Yoshimura, we can't say Siebold, we can't say Otani. We need Mr. Otani, Dr. Siebold, Akira Yamamoto. We need to either two names or the title in the name.
I don't know.
Yeah, so we need like Dr. Siebold. Okay, thank you. Yeah, all right.
Was in Nagasaki and Siebold.
Dr. Siebold.
Doctor, okay, sorry. Dr. Siebold.
Yes.
Healed all of Japan. Many Japanese people.
That's interesting because at this time, Japan was closed off to foreigners.
But only Nagasaki was didn't close Japan.
Okay.
Only
But you say he saw many people in Japan. So was he allowed to travel to other parts of Japan?
yes.
Why? Why was he given the special?
Special.
Why?
irregular, and because Dr. Shibold, Dr. Shibold's skills was very higher.
So he was a
than
healer.
Japan. A healer, yeah.
And the Tokugawa gave him special permission to travel around and heal people.
Yeah.
Of course, he wasn't alone. I guess he had an escort, right? He had like a samurai escort or something. Wow.
So Dr. Shibold's skills was very high,
Yeah.
so high than Japanese.
I'm sure because Japan had been closed to the
Yeah.
Western world for hundreds of years. Yeah.
So many Japanese doctors wanted to get tea.
To learn from him. To learn from him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To learn from him.
So is
Yeah.
this now? The Japanese have what they call the Dangaku.
Yeah.
Was this the beginning of Dangaku? Okay, so I don't know what we would call Dangaku in English. I think it's something like the Dutch educational era in Japan, something like that.
I
The
don't
Dutch
know, actually.
educational era of Japan, which a lot of people don't know about.
Dutch education.
Dutch educational period or the Dutch educational era of Japan. Now, the reason I found out about this is because the Japanese school children wear what they call a landosel. They don't call it a backpack. They call it a landosel. And I'm like, what is landosel? So I researched, and evidently it's a Dutch word, lansel. And lansel is a Dutch word for backpack. Well, why is this a Dutch word and not an English word, not a German word, not a French word, right? And that's when I learned about this Dangaku period. Okay. So he was the first in the Dangaku period? Was he the first one or one of the first?
Actually, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know either. Because
Yeah,
there were other. I know about a Japanese man named Katsukaishu, but I think Katsukaishu was later.
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe this Dr. Siebold was an early
Yes.
member of this
Oh,
Dangaku period for
Yeah,
Japan.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
So he healed many of people.
Okay.
So it was very interesting.
Not only did he heal people, but he educated many Japanese doctors.
Yes.
So it was the beginning of the modern medical era for Japan. Okay. Wow.
In Japan, the skill was something regional something region.
What are you talking about? I'm sorry. Region or religion? I don't. It doesn't sound like religion because this is science, not religion.
Yeah, Japanese doctor. Sorry. Okay. Japanese doctor didn't teach some people. Well, only one people.
So it was the beginning of medical education, the medical education system in Japan. So not only did the medicine improve, but the medical education system began with Dr. Siebold. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know about this guy. I didn't know about him. That's nice to know.
And I read
Mm.
I read Okinawa, about Okinawa in World War II.
Okay. Okay.
Very realistic.
Realistic.
Very, very.
Yeah. Yeah, I imagine.
Thinking about.
Yeah. This is interesting to me because the legacy of Holland in Japan is medical education, navigation aids for ships, compasses, and clocks, science, right? America's legacy in Japan is battleships and guns and bombs. No, because when the Dutch came, they brought, doctors and medical education. When the Americans came, we brought guns and bombs, right? So the fact that the Dutch were here with advancements in medical technology and education, it kind of puts the Americans in a dark light, because our influence on Japan was military, and the Dutch influence on Japan was educational and medical. So Dangaku was a special time for Japan. That's amazing. Even though the Edo period was isolationist. Isolation. You can look it up. Isolation. Yep. Isolationist.
Isolationist.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So even during isolationist Japan, they allowed the Dutch access not because of guns and bombs and violence, and military, but because of education and medicine. That's very interesting. At this time, the Dutch were global influencers, because it's kind of amazing, actually. Because we have all these technological advances, right? Like, for example, the smartphone. Apple computer was not very popular in Japan until the iPhone. Right? And of course, America wins the war with the atomic bomb, right? Hiroshima, Nagasaki. Okay. And then, of course, the Black Ship on Commodore Perry, it was a battleship, right? So we're talking guns, bombs, smartphones. Why were the Dutch so successful? If you could point to one advancement, it wasn't an atomic bomb, it wasn't steam power, it wasn't an iPhone. What was what was Holland's biggest contribution to technology at that time? Do you know?
I don't know.
Yeah, this is interesting. When Columbus sailed from Europe to America, he had a compass. So he knew he was going west, but he didn't know how far west he was. He was hoping maybe he would hit India or maybe China, because the Silk Road was a hard road to transport goods. So going west across the ocean, maybe he could hit China, maybe he could hit India. And so when he landed in America, he's like, oh, these are the Indians.
Yeah.
But no,
But no, yeah.
he did not know how far. He knew how far north and south he was, but he didn't know how far east to west he was because he didn't have a clock that would work on a ship. 400 years ago, the clocks, right? You put this kind of clock on a ship and the ship is tipping in the waves of the ocean. It can't measure time. The Dutch had special clocks that could operate on the ship and keep accurate time. So they ended up mastering the oceans of the world. And they were actually called the Dutch masters. And they had global influence at this post Columbus era because they had accurate clocks. They had the most accurate clocks, and they were able to have global influence, worldwide influence because of their clock making abilities. Yeah, a compass is not enough. You actually need a compass and a clock.
Is it Dutch skill?
Yep. Yep. And then there was a corporation. So today we have Apple, we have Google, we have Amazon, but at the time it was known as the Dutch East India Corporation. And it was at the time the most, the richest corporation on earth because they had shipborne clocks and they could accurately navigate the planet with ships and not get lost at sea. And their technology was, it's like the chips industry of today. Yeah. By the way, the Dutch now make the machines that make the most accurate computer chips. Yeah, the Dutch, the ASML Corporation, they're kind of like the Dutch masters of the modern era, but that's another story. So to know, but not just medicine, but windmills and tulips and tulips. Have you ever been to Huis ten Bosch?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Windmills and tulips and clocks and medical technology. Yeah.
I haven't been there.
I haven't either. Last time I was in Nagasaki, it was Corona and it was closed. It was shut down. So, yeah.
Did you talk with Nagasaki Hospital?
The hour before, I was speaking with them. And it was a live stream. So I'm going to send you a link to my live stream. So if you want to attend the live stream, it's at 5:30 p.m. on Thursdays. So I'll send you a link to that. If you want to attend, you can. You can listen in on that. Thank you. Okay. Fumiya, you wrote a few pages. How many pages did you write this week? Do you want me to check your next page? You do? Okay, I'll do that. I'll go to the next page for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Japan, great. Japan, great. But,
Oh, wait a minute.
uh-huh.
We already did that one.
Let's say.
Oh, is that a mistake?
Actually, I.
Oh, okay. We're finished.
Yeah.
We're finished with that. Okay, that's good.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
Uh-huh.
Don't be sorry. We got it. Great.
Because display was something tight, tiny.
Yeah, no worries.
So I
just want to make sure some students write more than one page. I want to make sure Dr. Yamamoto likes to write 2 pages every week. Now, speaking of Dr. Yamamoto, you wanted to improve your Japanese writing skills. So she recommended Japanese novels for you to read.
Yes.
And then, of course, I want you to improve your English skills. And I'm recommending popular English culture, like music and TV dramas and movies. And so your input level is important. If you have a degree of high quality input, evidently this, I'm sorry, Akira, what's his name again?
Akira Yoshimura.
Yoshimura, sorry.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, evidently he's a high quality Japanese author.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I imagine his Japanese skills are very good.
Dr. Yamamoto recommended.
Okay. Yeah.
Her. She read a lot of books.
I'm pretty sure her Japanese skills are very high. But I don't really know. Because we speak English every time. But I agree with her that quality input is important. So for Japanese, quality input. For English, quality input. What have you been doing recently in English? Is it music? Is it drama? Is it what are you enjoying? Are you watching YouTube? What are you doing these days in English? Is it more Taylor Swift? I don't know. What are you doing?
I tried it to check the thesaurus.
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 Yeah.
You did
Yeah. Thesaurus.
so very interested.
Yeah. Very important part of English is how do you say the same thing in a different way? Thesaurus, yeah. Thesaurus, yeah.
I checked the new word.
Yep. Very important, thesaurus.
Synonyms.
Synonyms. Yep.
Synonyms and antonyms.
Yes. Yeah, sure.
I got to new words, and I got I didn't find the.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. It's very important. Very many.
Well, now the thing about thesaurus, in the past we needed to have a giant book on our table, but now we have internet, so it's very easy to find a synonym. Just ask Google or just ask the web. So we don't need a giant thesaurus book on our desk anymore. We have internet access. And I also think that many authors today, they will write a rough draft and then they'll have the AI correct their English and improve their English. Do you understand? So this giant book on your desk, the thesaurus, is not necessary anymore. I think many authors will either do one of two things. They'll write a rough draft and then they'll push it through the AI and the AI will boost it for them. Or they'll just ask the AI, please write me a 100-page report on the Dutch influence during isolationist Japan. And the AI will write something for them. Which is not good at improving your skills. You know, you should really write it yourself, but this is a new era. And we talked about AI last time.
Civilization.
Civilization?
Civilization
Yeah.
Gets me down.
Civilization gets me down.
Gets people down.
Oh, you mean, it's that, well, there's a term, it's called dumbing down.
Dumbing down.
D-U-M-B-I-N-G.
Dumbing.
Dumbing. D-U-M-B is stupid, dumb. And dumbing down, D-U-M-B-I-N-G, D-O-W-N. Dumbing down.
Down. Down.
Some people would call it a de-evolution. De-evolution.
Yeah. D-I.
D-E.
D.
Or there's a short term called DEVO, D-E-V-O, de-evolution.
Evolution.
De-evolution.
Evolution.
So if you have a population, let's say you have a population of animals, let's say they're deer. And the deer's population, it grows, it shrinks, it grows, it shrinks, and every generation gets stronger because the wolves and the bears and the other animals and the diseases keep the population very strong because they need to adapt and get stronger every generation.
Mm.
And imagine you take away the wolves and you take away the bear, and then suddenly their populations explode. But the population gets weaker because the weak members of the society increase in number. And this is a theory called de-evolution. People would say the same thing about society using artificial assistants like AI and computers, that it's dumbing down the population. Other people disagree, and I would disagree. In my mind, people said that computers would eliminate many jobs. But when I look around, I see very busy people with their face in a computer working hard.
Yeah.
So in my mind, computers give people access to information they normally would not have access to. So I don't see the dumbing down. And in my mind, life is hard. Life is full of challenges. Everybody wants a better life for themselves, their children. I see humanity progressing because technology progresses. I don't see it dumbing down. I see a lot of stress on eyesight, stress on the human body, people stuck in chairs clicking mouses, and they get bad backs, they get poor eyesight because they're struggling with technology. All right, so I don't see a dumbing down, but I do see many technological challenges for the future. Getting better English means you need access to high quality material. What are you doing recently? What is your input method for English? It's not novels. What is your recent English exposure? Are you watching TV? Are you listening to music? What are you doing?
Actually, I didn't drama. I didn't see drama.
Well, what are you doing? Anything? Movies? Or music? Or what?
I listen to music.
What are you listening to these days?
Beyonce.
Okay.
Beyonce. But actually, I didn't listen to music well.
Well, I think you're very busy.
Because I was busy.
Yeah.
I was busy. But in my free time, I listen to music.
While you're listening, are you reading the lyrics while you listen? Are you reading the lyrics? Or are you closing your eyes and? Okay.
Actually, I didn't do that.
Yeah, I know. So what I would suggest is you try to find a routine. You know, if I don't know if it's Saturday morning or Friday evening or sometime in your schedule where you have your favorite podcast or favorite YouTuber or favorite something, that you can, bring into your input menu. It's kind of like Aoshi. It's kind of like a nutrition, a subscription for more vitamins. Spend 1 or 2 days a week where you have your favorite podcast or your favorite YouTuber, and you're maybe learning some new words or topics or news or whatever it is in English. Just like Dr. Yamamoto, she says, read these books. Your English teacher says you need some English input on a regular schedule. So,
habit.
yeah. Now, after the class, I'm going to send you a link to my YouTube channel. And it goes live on Thursday afternoons at 5:30. And you could watch the doctors talk about case reports and things if you want. But then again, YouTube is full of many interesting topics. And maybe it's not something medical. Maybe it's not something science. Maybe it's entertainment or news or something that you can enjoy. But it is in English, so it's a way to help you with English. Yeah. Think of it like nutrition, like vitamins. Just the way Dr. Yamamoto recommends the Japanese novels, I recommend a diet of English input. Try to fit it into your schedule. Yeah. Okay.
When you talk about Akira Yoshimura to Yamamoto, she would
Get very excited. Yeah, maybe I'll bring that up with her. But we have an hour a week, and it goes by so quickly because we have so many things that we cover, so many things that we discuss. We're pretty busy. But yeah, she's a busy person too. She has a limited amount of English input. This is a challenge for Japanese students. They have really busy lives. Keeping your Japanese level up is hard also, especially with all the kanji and vocabulary. And then asking a student, hey, by the way, make time for English. Oh, right. But good luck. If you want to improve, it's like a music teacher. They say, you got to practice every day. But that's the way it is.
Having habit is so.
Yeah.
Everything skill.
Yep. Good habits.
Yes, I think so. My habit is in morning is drink hot water and exercise.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
after that, I started to study my research
Your research. Okay.
using Excel.
Okay. We could discuss your research if you want to. If you want to, we can discuss your research in English. Maybe next week you want to write about your research, or you can send me a paragraph or a page of your research in English and we can discuss it, but it's up to you.
Yeah. I say line.
Yeah. We say kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Japanese say iseki ni cho. So if you're able to improve your research and improve your English at the same time, I would like to help you with that. But it's up to you. You decide the topic. All right.
So I don't confident.
Well, let's build our confidence.
To talk about my research.
Let's build our confidence. The more we talk, the more confidence builds. So,
Yeah.
all right. Fumiya, I'm so sorry we started late today.
Okay. Okay.
Very good work. Keep up the pace. I'll send you a link to the YouTube channel later.
Um,
And any questions you have, please send me a line message.
thank you so much.
All right. Thanks again. Next week, same time.
Yes.
I'll see you then. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, man. Daiji, how are you?
Hi, I'm good.
Welcome to Osaka Castle at night.
Whoa.
Can you see it?
Yeah,
Yeah, pretty cool.
that looks good.
Yeah, it does look good, doesn't it?
I don't know why, but it's like dark for me. Like my place is dark in Shizuoka.
Well, the sun's going down here, so. Oh, we're a little west of you,
Oh.
so
yeah,
the sun sets for you a little earlier.
Yeah.
The
that's
sun,
why it's so
the
dark.
shadow moves at about the speed of an airplane, a jet plane, about 1,000 kilometers an hour.
Oh.
Yeah, so if you go 1,000 kilometers west, it's light. It's an hour lighter. If you go 1,000 kilometers east, it's an hour darker, right? So
Yeah.
about roughly, yeah. Yeah. Did you do homework this week?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I did. I think I sent it.
You did already? Okay, I'll check it.
Okay.
Uh-oh. What's happening? Oh no. I gotta check something here before we start.
Okay.
Well, that's strange. It's supposed to be working.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's what I want to check. Oh, I'm standing right in front of it. Oh, if I move this over. No, wrong way. Oh, that doesn't help. And my head's right in the way. As I said, there's it there. Okay. That's that. This. Okay.
What happened?
What happened? I just had to change my situation.
Oh, it's like a bug.
What? Oh, I pushed the wrong button. Yeah, there we go. Well, that's weird. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Okay.
All right, just got it. Yeah, good deal. Donald Trump.
Yeah. I
Wow.
heard like what happened to like Iran.
Yeah, what a story.
Like my social studies teacher said like there might be World War III.
I think it just ended.
It ended.
I'm pretty sure. And we'll discuss it. We'll talk about it. Why are they worried now? You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of 9/11.
Oh,
So in 2001, on September 11th,
yeah, Twin Tower.
we got attacked.
Yeah.
And everybody panicked. Oh my God, it's unsafe to fly in an airplane. The unsafe time was before.
Oh,
Does that make sense?
yeah. Kind of does.
Yeah. The unsafe time was before. And
Yeah.
actually, that year, that Christmas, I went to Thailand and I was like a king because I was like one of the only people in the whole country. One of the only tourists in the whole, because everybody was afraid to fly. The dangerous time was before when nobody knew it was dangerous.
Yeah.
It's a lot like earthquakes. When the earthquake hits, everybody panics and they put new batteries in their flashlight.
Yeah.
The time to have new batteries in your flashlight is before the earthquake, not after.
Yeah.
But nobody knows that's going to happen. The threat of nuclear war was before Trump, not after Trump.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Oh,
Okay. I hope that makes sense.
yeah, it does.
We will discuss. I hope it's educational. Edit in Google Docs. What if I don't want to edit in Google Docs?
Oh, you can just tap on the screen.
Yeah, I know. They're kind of annoying, these people.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
I'm gonna kind of change this a little bit. Oops.
Okay.
This is kind of strange because
Oh yeah.
hello, Apple Pencil. Apple Pencil. There it goes. I don't know why it acts like
Today
that.
just not the day.
Well, no, it's a challenged device.
Mm.
Hmm. Can we call him very successful?
Yeah.
Okay. And I want to call him Mr.
Oh.
No, because now we don't know which Trump we're talking about, the father of the or the son.
Donald Trump.
Exactly. Well, let's just call him Donald. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
Gosh, we've got at, we've got of.
Yeah.
Let's use in.
Okay.
One father, right? How many fathers do you have?
One.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's weird.
What was the old name?
Oh, the old name? It was like Trump's essay or something. I forgot it.
Okay. That's pretty good.
Okay.
I heard it.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's not start a sentence with but.
Yeah.
Now we can kind of understand that he's been through a lot. And you're ending your story pretty quickly. But there's a lot to write about. So this is what I'm going to do here.
All right.
Do you know how the Japanese put at the bottom of the episode, they say Tsuzuku?
Yeah.
Yeah. In English, we say more to come or to be continued or,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen to be continued before.
yeah, more to come means the same. Well, that's how we'll end this, okay? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it that way. You can write more if you want to, or not. If you want to change the topic next week, it's up to you.
All right.
But either way, the Trump story does continue, whether you write about it or not. The story, the never-ending story.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got it.
Okay. Moment. Oh, that's why. Wow, that's weird. That happens like that. That's
That's weird.
yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just acting kind of weird. Okay.
Okay.
All right, please read.
Okay. Thursday, June 26th.
Hmm.
Donald Trump. Donald Trump was the 45th and is the 47th President of the United States.
Hmm.
Here are some facts about him you probably didn't know.
Hmm.
1. Donald John Trump was born in Queens, New York. On June 14, 1946,
Hmm.
his father, Fred Trump, was a very successful real estate developer. Donald Trump was educated at the New York Military Academy and the Wharton School of Finance and Commerce in Pennsylvania.
Commerce.
Oh yeah, but Finance and Commerce and Pennsylvania University.
Okay.
Okay. 2. In 1971, Trump took over his father's business and renamed it the Trump Organization.
Okay.
The business started to become popular for its hotels.
Pretty nice. Do you have questions?
No, I'm good.
All right, so let's talk here a little bit.
3.
When you say renamed, it's interesting because the father's name, well, the grandfather's name was Frump.
Frump?
F-R-U-M-P.
Oh, okay.
And I think it was the grandfather who came from Europe, or maybe it was Ireland or something. I can't quite remember, sorry. But they came to the United States. The grandfather came to the United States with the name Frump. And maybe it was the grandfather, and maybe it was the father. They didn't like that name with an F, so they changed it to Trump.
Oh.
But this is quite common. When you meet people in America with names like Brown and Jones, they probably had a very strange European name that was hard to pronounce.
owns. So,
And the immigration officers changed the name for them.
oh,
And they didn't care. They were just so glad to be out of their country because their original country was economic collapse or war or starvation or whatever. And they were like, oh, I'm so glad to be in America. My new name is Brown. My new name is Jones, right? Whatever. And so,
Yeah.
right, they just didn't care. But as far as the Frump family, changing it to Trump, because Trump has a meaning like victory, like my Trump card, I'm gonna win in the game or something, right? So
Oh,
yeah, that's the story behind the name.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And then the New York Military Academy. So you might, I don't know if you saw the photo of very young Donald Trump wearing like a military uniform.
Oh no, I've never seen that.
Yeah, let's look at it.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Oops. Have you seen this picture?
Oh, I didn't know who it was.
That's Donald Trump when he was like 18, 17 years old, I guess.
Oh.
I don't know which one he is. He's probably one of the tall ones because he's a big man. I don't think he's the short one in the middle. Maybe that's him there. I think that's him.
Is that like the uniform?
Yep, military
It's kinda
academy.
Like one of those like Napoleon.
Yeah, it's really old fashioned, like 19th century style.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, this is in 1959. Wow.
Well,
Okay. Oh, this is kind of interesting. Military rank, private company F, 1960, corporal 61, sergeant company D 62, supplies sergeant 63,
you ain't
captain S4, senior staff, athletics, baseball, football, soccer, basketball, bowling. But man, he was quite the athlete.
Yeah.
Okay, activities, parade.
Commanding officer.
Well, but it's not like they're attacking the North Koreans with mortar fire. It's a military academy. They're doing parades and marching around with swords and right. So driver education club, hobby models,
Damn.
proficient cadet, honor cadet, neatness. Coaches award for baseball, softball, basketball, bowling. Okay. So his military career is just as a student. He has no experience with machine guns and combat in the jungle and helicopters. No, nothing like that. Sorry. Okay. Just to let you know.
Yeah.
Do you know why he went to this military academy?
Like his father was there.
He threw an eraser at his teacher.
What?
In normal public high school, he threw an eraser at the teacher and it hit the teacher.
Oh.
His father was so angry that he put him into the military academy as a punishment. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's his story.
The punishment kind of saved him.
Well, yeah, because he learned some discipline. He learned what it is to be punished for acting badly, right? He learned some skills, right? Okay. He learned his lesson, I guess is the point, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk a little about the company.
Okay.
He had an older brother named Paul.
Oh, yeah.
And the older brother was actually the smarter one as far as business sense. The
Is he
old,
like,
I'm sorry, what's your question? Go ahead.
is he like, is like Paul like working in like, I don't know,
Okay,
is
so
he a CEO or something?
Paul was supposed to take over the business
Oh,
because Paul was the one with the natural business sense and the smarts, and he was like the most like the father.
okay.
Donald was kind of in Paul's shadow.
Oh,
I'm sure you understand this. You understand about the Ichiro Jiro syndrome.
yeah.
Like in Japan, Ichiro gets the family business, Ichiro gets the money, the family's money, and Jiro has to leave the country or move to Tokyo to try to find a job or what, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Well, that was basically the situation with the Trump family. Paul had the business sense. Paul was the most like his father. Paul was the smart one. Donald was in the shadow of his own brother. But Paul was an alcoholic.
What? So he's an,
Paul was a drinker,
oh,
and it ruined his life.
damn.
It ruined his health, it ruined his life, and he told his younger brother, don't drink. And he saw how his elder brother, his oldest brother, went from being the next in line for the family business to death from alcohol abuse.
He died?
Yeah, it eventually took his life.
Damn.
Right. And so Donald Trump learned a valuable lesson: don't drink, and he doesn't drink at all.
Oh,
He has these amazing dinners with people all over the world, and he doesn't drink alcohol.
that's kind of cool.
Yeah. And he realizes that he wasn't the natural successor to the business.
Oh,
His brother was supposed to get the job, and he was lucky because if his brother hadn't been an alcoholic, his brother would have inherited the family business.
maybe he became like the president too.
Well, so important lessons in life, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So as far as Trump taking over the father's business, it actually wasn't supposed to be that way. It was supposed to be Paul that got the job.
Oh,
So Trump learned some lessons. Don't stay away from alcohol. And inheriting the family business is a matter of luck. Not everybody gets that chance in life, right?
yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, any other questions there?
I'm good.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
go on to the next page.
Okay. 3. When Trump lost his re-election to Joe Biden, Trump supporters traveled to Washington, D.C. for a Save America rally, but it soon became violent.
Yep.
More to come.
There's a
Dot,
lot
dot,
more.
dot.
Yeah, there's a lot more to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what they called, and we will we'll discuss it here. It was called the January.
6th.
Yeah, January. It was called January 6th. Yeah.
Some people actually like waited.
Oh yeah, it was. I mean, people with guns and police and
Damn.
climbing the walls and
Whoa.
right.
Whoa. They're
Um.
taking it to another
Well, I mean, gee,
level. Damn.
it's America.
Yeah.
America is supposed to be a government of the people,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
a lot of people didn't believe Trump lost the election. a lot of people in the country believe that the election was stolen and it wasn't a fair election,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Also, people in the United States believe the public should be able to carry their own guns. They don't feel the government should ever be more powerful than the people. So the fact that Americans carry guns means that the government can be overthrown by the people if necessary. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It is still debated today whether Biden actually got more votes than Trump or whether Trump got more votes than Biden. It was pretty close to 50-50 from my understanding.
Yeah.
It shouldn't have been. There should have been a clear leader.
Yeah.
But that was, January 6th. Yeah. Do you have any questions?
So did somebody actually get shot?
Yeah. So, some people
So they got
died.
shot?
Well, there was, I think, a woman that didn't even have a gun was shot, and maybe some policemen were killed. I don't know, but these people were willing to sacrifice their lives to prove their point that we don't think
They were like serious.
like we don't think this election was fair, and we voted for Trump, and you're telling us he lost, but most of the people we talked to voted for him. How could this happen? And we're marching on Washington, and
Damn. It was like
people climbing on top of military vehicles. And of course, I was in Japan at the time, so I was like, what? Notice this is an upside down flag.
also like they're like kind of like
It means help.
oh
If you're on a ship and you're being taken over by pirates or something, you can fly your flag upside down to ask for help. That's what
it's
that.
also ripped.
Yeah. It's a statement. It means our country needs help.
Damn.
Yeah, that's basically what that's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So January 6th. Yeah. Of course, I was in
Where
Japan
like,
at the time. So yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Aren't there like guards like
The DC police, and then the White House police, and there's chaos.
like they can like actually like I don't know like create like royal guards or something. I don't know.
There's a movie. Let's watch a trailer on YouTube. Oops. Oh, that's scary.
What is he doing? Like
Oh, that's their grave. They're going to be shot and thrown in the grave.
oh
Oh, that's scary.
yeah.
Oh, man. Maybe we shouldn't watch this.
Damn.
It's a movie, okay? So
Yeah. Why are they shooting?
just to let you know, these are all Americans, right?
Okay.
What's behind his bag? Ooh.
Yeah.
How is this going to play? I haven't seen the movie yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen.
Oh,
I've
this
seen
is
the-
a scene. I don't really want to see the scene. I want to see the trailer. Okay, there we go.
Oh, two stores.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it?
There are only 2 states.
Sniper.
Damn.
A little scary, yeah.
It's like a civil war, but like
That's what it's about, right? Okay. So, and it was inspired by that January 6th event. The story was.
Oh,
All right. So, yeah, let's discuss. Now, just to let you know about America,
Yeah.
the military is the people and the people are the military. I was in the military. My brother was in the military, right? When you meet people, they say, oh, yeah, I was in the military. When I see Japan, I don't see military people. They're all in Hokkaido or Aomori or someplace.
And they're like in their stations.
And they stay there for 20, 30 years. It's their job. It's like a postman.
Yeah, yeah.
But in America, many military people, they do 4 years and then they get out, go to college, or they get out and they do a job. But then again, we also have reservists and National Guard where they have a regular job and then 1 week and a month they go for training. And then every year they spend 2 weeks in like a summer camp thing where they do training, right? But then they go back to being a businessman or a car salesman or whatever, or a doctor or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So in America, the military and the citizens the Japanese have a term, shiminhei,
Oh, yeah.
citizen soldier.
Yeah.
Japan's legacy is a military class of samurai.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Do you know about the art? And I always forget the name. I think it's called Iaido.
Oh.
Do you know about Iaido?
Anything I do.
Okay. Have you ever met somebody that can do Iaido?
No.
Have you ever met anybody that does Kendo?
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. Why? Why are there so many people that do Kendo, but Iaido is like, well, I don't know anybody that does Iaido. Because it's dangerous.
Yeah.
Kendo people have these like stick things that they touch you with,
Head guards.
and they're wearing all these safety equipment, and nobody really gets hurt, right?
Yeah.
But Iaido, they use real swords.
Yeah.
And the chances that you slice off your own ear or you accidentally kill somebody else are really high. So What's the point? The samurai were people who practiced their whole lives to fight with a sword, and that's all they did.
Yeah.
They were a special class of people because using a sword effectively and safely, and you're only killing the enemy and you're not killing anybody, the wrong person, or you're not accidentally cutting yourself, is a lifetime job, right?
Yeah.
The Edo period ended in what was it, 1865, 1860,
Yeah. It was like 1850.
1858 or whenever the
Yeah.
black ship came.
Yeah.
And what came after that?
Like,
Riflemen.
yeah, guns.
And guess what? Before the black ship, during the Edo period, the samurai were the samurai.
Yeah.
And if they had a son, the son would take the father's sword. The son would learn how to use the sword. The father would teach the son, right? It was a
Yeah.
family job. It was a class of people.
Like passed down to
Okay. And then black ship, Edo period ends. Suddenly, your great grandfather gets a letter in the mail. It's called an akagami. Congratulations, you're a soldier now. Huh?
Oh, yeah.
When I joined the military, do you know how long it took me to learn to use a rifle, to shoot a rifle?
Like 2 or 3 years.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Oh, yeah, that's kind of true. Yeah.
2 weeks. And in an emergency, it would take less than that. It would take 3 days, actually. If you wanted to be
Oh.
effective and safe about it, 3 days and you're done and you're ready. These Iaido people to practice their whole lives, and they were a special class. The rifle, the modern gun, means that anybody can be a warrior. It
Yeah.
changed society, right?
Yeah.
Well, when America decided to break away from England, they didn't have generations to train people how to fight against the enemy.
Yeah.
They said, hey, all able-bodied men report to City Hall for your gun because we're fighting the British.
Oh.
And if you were a farmer or a farmer's son or a carpenter or a teacher, you go down to City Hall and go get your gun, take it home with you. When you hear the bell ringing in the town square, that means you got 1 minute to get into the square and line up because the British are attacking.
So that's why like the militias were created.
Exactly.
Oh.
And that's our history as a country.
Yeah.
Our country's history is that the farmer, the doctor, the teacher is also a soldier.
Yeah.
So citizen soldiers and militia and National Guard and reservists and then the active duty military, we're all Americans. Most active duty military spend 4 years and then they're out.
Oh.
They don't spend 20, 30 years in the military. Some do,
Yeah.
but most of them, hey, I did my 4 years, I'm out.
Yeah.
Right? So it means a very different style of country, of society, and the military is a very different type of military. These are people that when the war is over, they want to go home and they want to go back to their wife, their children, their job, their family, their homes. Right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they've got a job, they've got a family, they've got a life waiting for them back. Right? Better food and no fighting and no killing and no shooting. Okay.
Yeah.
So it means a very different kind of military and a very different kind of society. But the fact that in this movie was inspired, the Civil War movie was inspired by the January 6th. It was like, what if it wasn't just a bunch of people storming the Capitol? What if Donald Trump called up his reservists to say, I'm really the president and the election was rigged and the military is going to protect me. And then the Biden people said, no, you got to go. And then they decided to pull their troops together in Civil War.
Yeah.
right? Isn't that what happened with Lincoln and Jefferson Davis? Jefferson Davis was the president of the southern states,
Oh,
and Lincoln was the president of the northern states. Basically, that's what happened in 1862, if I'm right, when the North-South War started. So it's happened before, it could happen again. And that's what that movie was about. Yeah. Mhm.
it didn't happen though, right?
No, it didn't. Biden was president for 4 years, and we almost ended up in World War III
Yeah.
because he wasn't doing his job as an international leader of peace, right? America's kind of got a responsibility because we are the most powerful military nation. It's our responsibility to make sure. For example, in your classroom, let's say 2 boys start fighting.
Yeah.
What is the teacher supposed to do?
Stomp them or something.
What if the teacher just sat back and said, fight it out, boys. I don't care if a window gets broken. I don't care if you lose an eye. I don't care if he knocks your tooth out. I don't care if one of the girls accidentally gets hit by the flying chair. I'm just the teacher.
They're gonna start a war.
The adult in the room is responsible. It's the adult's job to say, "Get boys, stop fighting," to come in and break it up. Because America is the most powerful military on the planet, it's actually our responsibility to come in and say, "Hey, you guys, stop killing each other."
Oh,
But while Biden was president, he was asleep in the corner. Like, have you ever seen your teacher fall asleep in the classroom?
no.
Well, that's what happened while Biden was president. The
Damn.
teacher was asleep in the classroom and the kids were running the show.
Oh.
Russia was attacking Ukraine, and Iran was funding the pirates, and the this and the that was going on, and North Korea was doing this, and it was craziness because the teacher was asleep in the corner of the room.
Damn.
Yeah. So
It was eating chocolate ice cream.
whatever was going on.
Yeah.
Did you see the recent attack on the nuclear facilities of Iran? Of Iran?
Oh,
Did
yeah.
you see those? Wow, amazing.
Yeah, that was. Yeah. It ended, right? Like World War III.
It ended. Yeah. See, if your teacher says, "Oh, World War III is coming," no, it just ended.
Yeah.
Here's the question:
Okay.
what if we wanted to do that to North Korea?
Oh, that's gonna be complicated.
Why? Why was this not so difficult with Iran, but it would be very difficult for North Korea?
Like North Korea was like already like having a beef.
Well, they already have the bomb,
Yeah, they already had the missiles and they're like prepared.
and evidently Iran didn't have the bomb yet.
Yeah, they were like, yeah,
Because if they had the bomb, they would have used it. There's your World
Yeah.
War III. Yeah.
yeah,
We don't want Iran to become another North Korea, a place we can't control at all because they do have the bomb.
yeah.
And yeah, that would be a crime against humanity to allow another state to fall into a position like North Korea is
Yeah,
in.
that's when-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But what is like? Why does like North Korea like prepare bombs, but like they don't really use it? Just like I don't know, prepare it for like bad situation.
Wow. What a topic. Yeah.
It's pretty hard.
There's a concept. It's called MAD,
Mad.
mutual assured destruction.
Oh.
If I die, you die.
Okay.
With this doctrine or this philosophy, you actually want to have the weapons, show the weapons, Let the satellite see the missile sites. Let the satellite see your submarines, and you know how many the other country knows how many you have, but you don't use them. And they know you've got it, and you can use them if you want to, and you know they have them, and they can use it if they want to. So that keeps the peace.
Yeah.
That's the idea. You
Oh,
wouldn't really want to have. Now, before you get the bomb, maybe you do want it to be a secret. And I think that's what Iran was doing. That's why it was hiding secret in the mountains, and they didn't have it ready yet, and they're not showing anybody, and they're talking out the side of their neck. We don't do this. We don't do that. And as soon as they get the bomb, they're going to test it in some mountain somewhere and go, ha ha, we got the bomb now, and tell everybody. As soon as you detonate a nuclear bomb, the whole planet knows about it.
yeah.
The geologists know. The people that record all the earthquakes on the earth, they're like, what's this? It's an atomic bomb. Where was it? Pyongyang or what? North Korea, or they'll know exactly where it is and how strong it was. Exactly. That when Pakistan detonated they were the last country to join the club.
No.
Or maybe it was North Korea was the last country to join the club. We knew exactly when and where it happened and how strong the bomb was.
Yeah.
Iran hadn't done that yet, and they weren't. Thankfully, they're not able to do that now.
It's kind of like Pearl Harbor.
No, it's more like Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Oh,
We ended a conflict, but we
Yeah.
didn't need to use a nuclear weapon. Now, if Israel wanted to stop them, they would have had to use an atomic bomb to do it.
yeah.
But America has these, pretty high-tech stealth bombers and very high-tech penetrating.
Jets.
Well, we have these 15 tons. One of these bombs weighs 15 tons, and it penetrates.
Yeah.
It penetrates like 60 meters into the earth before it explodes, and
Damn.
yeah, it's pretty high-tech stuff and really expensive stuff. But when it comes to the planet Earth, it's priceless, right? One nuclear bomb would kill millions of people, and the world economy would be knocked on its side,
Yeah.
right? And so it's actually priceless having this ability to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But would Biden have done something like that? Probably not.
Yeah.
If Kamala Harris had won the election, would Iran have a nuclear weapon by now? Maybe. That's
Oh yeah.
that would be a different movie.
Yeah.
Maybe you should write a screenplay.
Oh yeah.
It's up to you. So yeah, if your teacher's talking about World War III, the time to worry was before, not now. Now is the time to relax and celebrate and realize, yeah, okay.
It's kind of like Hiroshima.
It's after the Hiroshima that you realize how dangerous it was before. It's not dangerous now. After the earthquake is you thank God and that your family's safe, and
Like the August 15th.
before the earthquake is like, oh, I don't know. You don't know.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're safer now than we were before. Much
that's good.
safer now than we were before. Wow. Whew.
But then comes Russia and Ukraine.
That's the big issue, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
How much longer is this going to go on for? It's so sad too. Everybody
Well,
suffers because of this. Everybody suffers
Yeah.
because of it.
Like, why can't just like Ukraine, like, why can't like Russia just like allow Ukraine to like join the NATO?
There was a time when we thought North and South Korea would rejoin.
Yeah.
It was like during the 90s. And it was actually, I think it was the Winter Olympic Games where North and South Korea were actually the same Olympic team.
Oh
It was amazing.
yeah.
And it was Kim Jong Il, the father of Kim Jong Un,
Okay.
and it looked like North and South Korea were going to reunite.
That's good.
And I think it was before they had the bomb, the atomic bomb.
Yeah.
But then there's an organization called the IAEA,
Yeah.
the International Atomic Energy Agency. I think it's agency.
Oh.
Their job is to go around to these countries and make sure their nuclear power plants aren't leaking into the environment, make sure they're not making bombs that they're not supposed to make, right? All of that stuff. And they were like, okay, North Korea, why did you turn your security cameras off? We need to know you're not making bombs. Why don't you let our inspectors in? And they stopped letting the inspectors in. And then a few months later, boom, they explode a bomb under a mountain. And now everybody knows North Korea has a bomb, and no more chance for North and South Korea to reunite. No more Olympic team.
Why do like
North
Korea do that?
Well, and so no more chance for North and South to rejoin.
Yeah.
This Ukraine-Russia situation may be in that kind of a forever war state. You know, North and South Korea are still officially at war. The war never officially ended.
Oh,
There are
so they're still like
soldiers on both sides, machine guns, barbed wire, landmines pointed at each other. They're still in a state of war. There is a ceasefire, but that's not. The war has not
it's
ended.
not like really like deadly.
People are killed all the time. People try to cross the border, they're shot in the back.
Damn.
Yeah, and the starvation and suffering in the north, and the stress and expense in the south of having to maintain an army and train your people and disband your K-pops because they got to go to join the army.
Like, North
Sorry,
Korea, like,
BTS,
like,
you're a soldier now, right?
Also, oh yeah, you have to like join like the.
Well, the South pays a much lower price than the North pays because the South's a rich country. But imagine how much better the world would be if North and South Korea would reunite. Imagine how much better the world would be if Russia and Ukraine said, okay, we'll stop the fighting. We'll just draw the line here and you can buy caviar and titanium again. Right?
Like, why can't they just do?
Intractable issues.
It's kind of like those greedy friend kind of stuff.
Intractable issues.
Yeah.
Yeah. You might as well ask the question, why doesn't the cancer just go away?
Oh.
It's like,
It's kind of like that.
yeah, it's tough. It's tough. This is the world we are in. These are the problems that we face. These are very adult issues. It's not a basketball game. It's not the ice cream shop on the corner. This is war, life and death. This is the world we live in.
That's pretty hard.
My strongest suggestion to everyone, educate yourself
Okay.
on the ways of the world, learn from history so that we don't make the same mistakes again. Know the situation, learn from it. And
That's on my social study.
thank God we're alive for another day because life is short, life is precious. Yeah, but yeah, okay. Great questions, great discussion, great topics. As always.
Okay.
Daichi, do you have any questions?
Oh no, I'm good. Yeah.
All right. If you do, you can always send me a message.
Yep. Okay.
Next week is next month. I'll see you in July.
Oh yeah. Alright.
Take care.
And you too.
Bye.
Bye. You.
Oh, hello.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. Oh, good
Yeah.
sightseeing. Sightseeing? Yeah,
Nice view. Yeah.
Mm. Very beautiful.
Yeah, sure.
Are you busy?
I'm talking to you. Busy talking to you. Yeah, sorry I was late. Tell me your story.
Yeah.
The rain stopped.
No, it's raining.
Yeah, it's nice now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, a nice sunset.
Yeah,
It's probably
so
gonna be
today-
cooler.
It's
Isn't
very,
there
very
a
hot, so the,
tropical storm? Wasn't there a tropical storm or something?
yes. Yeah. So yes, so tomorrow, so I have to go to Tokyo. So
Oh my.
the business trip. So and in the next Saturday, the day after tomorrow, so I will go to Nagoya to
Okay.
meet the Shuma. So in this weekend, very busy.
Well, tomorrow high of 29,
Mm-hmm.
Saturday 32,
32.
yeah, Sunday 33. So it'll be a little bit warm this weekend, but tomorrow will be a little cooler.
Yeah, high humidity is so the
Not so bad. Now we had this rain system.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, I'll find it here. Yeah, we had this big system move off to the east. And so this air up here is cooler and drier. This air down here is the hot and humid air. So we get a little bit of break. We get a little bit of drier, cooler air here. But the hot and humid stuff's down here. But that'll change next week because it'll move up again, and then it's back to hot and humid. Yeah.
So, high humidity. Yeah.
Well, it is June, July.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
so maybe next week. So the Kaire's Junior High School we go to the Banpaku
Okay.
Expo.
Nice.
Very nice. But the too hot and
Did
too high humidity.
you go yet?
Yes, I went to the expo.
Okay.
In April.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, but that was alone, not with your family.
Yeah, my Yukiko and me, and so the two, only two.
Oh, you and your wife went.
Yeah, yes.
But your children haven't been yet.
Yes, no, yes.
I wondered, will Shuma ever have a chance? She's so busy now.
Maybe so that now it's a very crowded, so that
Yeah, and hot.
Crowded
and hot. Yeah.
Gradually, so the entrance, the people, the upping now, so now is 15万, about the 15万.
They should have gone last month when it was cooler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Is it mostly foreigners or Japanese people?
Yeah, well, I don't know. So
Yeah,
maybe
okay.
Japanese go to.
I guess so. I would wait until September or October. Although September's still hot. September is still hot. But October's the last month, and it'll probably be really busy because it's the last chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next time is maybe Shanghai, China. And so
Is it
Yeah.
Shanghai
Mm.
2030?
2030 is
Yeah,
so
okay.
so the so the maybe the in my life so the maybe the no chance to go to Expo.
Not in Japan. Japan has had
Mm.
2 within
Mm.
55 years.
Yeah.
Maybe the next one is in
55 years.
2100 something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe the next one will be like 2080, 2085 or something.
Yeah.
2075 or something. We
Maybe
won't. I
cannot
don't
do
think we'll be here. We've had 2 in our lifetime.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, in 1970,
Uh,
Japan didn't have a Disneyland. Japan didn't have a
Mm.
USJ. There was no internet. So I think in 1970 it was a very exciting event for people.
Yeah, maybe the bookmaking. So the
But today, most people say, "Oh, I can just watch that on YouTube. I don't need to see a video."
yeah.
I think there should be more yatai.
More yatai.
I think there should be more negima and takoyaki and more like festival. I don't think there's enough kakigori. I don't think there's enough taiyaki. I think they should have had more like festival atmosphere.
That means that so the Japanese traditional
Yep.
festival was
I talk to the tourists
Mhm.
and they say things like outside it's more fun.
Shinsaibashi,
Shinsaibashi, Shotengai is more interesting than the expo.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
So maybe the many foreigners come to the Dotonbori.
Yeah. And that's a good sign. That means that just enjoying Osaka life is more fun than the expo. So I mean, I took my daughter and we saw it, but going a second time, I don't. There's no merit.
That means the second time.
No, we're not interested in the second time. Are you interested in going again?
Me? Yeah. So if I have a chance, so
Okay.
I want to go to the second time.
But for us, you know, if I ask my daughter, what do you want to do? She says, I want to go to Osaka Jokoen.
Yeah.
So that's
Oh,
great. That's great. I'm so happy because Disneyland is expensive and USJ is very stressful, waiting in lines. And all of those other things are expensive, Spain Mura and all of that stuff. And in the fact that my daughter is happy at Osaka Jokoen, I'm so happy we save money. Good times.
Very near your house. Yeah. So
But the organizers, it seems like it was kind of a scandal because the vendors, I think the vendors paid big money to get spaces inside the expo. And they didn't want the yatai people taking over. They wanted the people that paid to get their spaces inside. And it was kind of a scandal. When you have something like Tenjin Matsuri, it's all about the yatai people. They're the ones that run the show. They're the ones that pay for the organization and they pay for the generators and the lights and the setup and the security and right. And then they make money selling negima and kakigori, right? I think if they allowed yatai to come in to expo, I don't think anybody would lose money. I think it would be a better experience for the visitors and the yatai people would make some money. I don't think because the lines in the common restaurant areas were so long.
So yeah.
I don't think people are going to lose money. I think people would make more money. It would be more enjoyable.
Mhm.
The visitors would have a better time.
Mhm.
The Yatai people would make a little money.
Mhm.
I think it would have been a better experience. Yeah.
Japanese and like the so such as なんていうかな屋台
Well, I think the organizers, it's kind of a scandal.
scandal.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a scandal. They were selling the spaces to the official. Like I think who was it? The Kurazushi company paid a lot of money, but they're gonna make money. But it's
Yes.
kind of a scandal because why doesn't Mr. Ueda's Yatai get a chance? Why doesn't Mrs. Suzuki's Kakikori shop get a chance to set up? I mean,
Yeah,
it's kind of a
so-
scandal.
Yeah, so the Kurazushi is very, very crowded in the Expo. So the maybe
They're not going to lose business. I think
Mhm.
having more kakikoris and taiyakis and all of that stuff
Mhm.
in the
Yeah,
common
that-
areas would
Mhm.
mean the people would enjoy it more and more money would be made and it would be more attractive for everyone.
Mm.
Yeah.
いや
But
yes, in Explorer no 屋台
That's
no
a
屋台
mistake. I think that's a mistake.
But the one or two convenience store in the Expo. So
They need 50.
Mm.
One or two? No, they need 50.
50.
50 would be about enough, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe not 50. 25. Okay.
うん。
Two? No.
No.
20? Okay. 10 times as many. That would be okay.
うん。
Which convenience stores were there?
That's in the convenience store's name.
Yeah.
The Lawson.
Lawson and
Yes. Lawson and 7-Eleven is the.
where's Family Mart?
Hmm?
Where's Yamazaki Daily? Where's Sankas? Where is why aren't there every brand of convenience store in there? Right? That's a mistake.
Yeah.
There should be everybody there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe the.
It's kind of a scandal.
It's a scandal.
Yeah, I think so. Too bad.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
But our modern world today, if we want to experience something American thing, we can watch a YouTube video,
Oh.
right? If we want to
Mhm.
watch a documentary about the Philippines, we can watch a
Mhm.
YouTube video,
Really?
right? If we want to see a special about Italian Michelangelo, we can watch a YouTube video. And if we want to have great takoyaki or taiyaki, or we can go to the Shotengai, or we can go to the corner of convenience store and get an onigiri. I mean,
Mhm.
life in general in Japan is so international today. It's not 1970. This
Yes,
is the
yes,
21st
yes,
century, and we can enjoy foreign foods. We can watch, educational
Yeah.
shows on
Yes,
on a screen on our iPad. 70 was a different time.
Yeah, we cannot see the
Yeah.
whole in life, so
Yeah, so
it's a very rare.
so it doesn't have the impact. It's really not the
Yeah.
merit isn't as strong as it was in 1970,
Yeah,
which is
so
good. Our daily lives are pretty good. Yeah.
So the
Mm.
Expo. Yeah.
Some people are loving it. Some people bought, the Nencon Pass or whatever it's called. But
yes, my coworker is buys the Nenkan Pass.
Yeah, okay.
Passport. So he a lot of times he went to the Expo. So I cannot understand why
some people.
some people like the Expo. Yeah.
But I heard some
Mm.
tourists say, it wasn't worth it. They just had a much better time outside in Japan. A lot of tourists love the Shotengai. They think it's amazing because they don't have that kind of thing in their country. When my first time in a Japanese Shotengai, I was like, "What is this? This is no, we don't have this." Where I- Yeah.
Did you went to the Tenmabashi Shotengai? Tenmabashi Shotengai is the longest street in Japan. So the
Tenjinbashi.
Tenjinbashi Shotengai.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Very,
But there's
long.
there are also these other little ones here and there, like the one in Shinsekai, the real narrow ones, the real old-fashioned ones. Tamatsukuri Shotengai. Very, very Showa teki. It's like a time machine. You go to the Tamatsukuri Shotengai.
So I don't know. So the Tamatsukuri.
It goes all the way from Tamatsukuri to Tsuruhashi.
Oh, Tsuruhashi, yeah.
And there's a lot of Korean style shops and samgyeopsal and it's really like a time machine. It's really old fashioned Japan style.
Yeah, old fashioned style.
Yeah.
Maybe that.
It's nice. It's nice.
Very very nice. Tsuruhashi and the Shinsekai is also
Yeah.
fashion style in Japan.
And the
Especially
foreigners
Osaka.
the tourists are discovering this.
The last weekend, so that we went to the Tennoji. Tennoji is also the foreigners in Tennoji area. So the Tennoji area is a very old city.
Yeah.
Near Shinsekai. So
Tennoji used to be 100 years ago. It was the rail hub of Osaka. All of the trains coming from Wakayama, all of the trains coming from east, the Yamatoji-sen, all of the trains basically met at Tennoji. And it was a very dirty place.
Dirty place.
All of those steam engines and the black smoke. It was a dirty place, but a very, very busy place. And so the rich people get out the train, they get in a Jindikisha, and they're gone. Get out of that dirty Tennoji. But now with subways and electric trains, it's so much cleaner, and so yeah.
Tennoji station is a very big, so the mainly the Kintetsu line and the JR line, the Chikatetsu.
Oh, and the they called it the Daiki. I think it was called the Daiki-sen. Kintetsu had the name. It was called. I think it was Daiki.
Daiki.
It was like Osaka Kikansha Senro or something like that. The original Kintetsu name. I think it was called the Daiki-sen. In 1914, 100 years before the Harukas, the tunnel through Ikoma was finished.
Sorry, I don't know.
And after 1914, that's when Tennoji really boomed. Because people from Nara could go to Osaka, and people from Osaka could go to Nara. Yeah, that was big. That was a big time. That's when the Kintetsu company started making a lot of money.
So.
And then 100 years later, they built the Harukas building, right, to celebrate 100 years of the Kintetsu company.
Maybe the Kintetsu line. So in the north area in Osaka, maybe the Hankyu and Keihan is the competing.
Well, 100 years ago, Umeda was just Tambo. It was nothing. Yeah, the original center of Osaka was Tennoji. Yeah, that was the original hub of the city. Yeah. And then on the surface were all the streetcars. It was before the subways were built. You can't put Kikansha in a subway. You have to have electric trains. And then, of course, the tunnel building machines. I think it was after the war that they started boring the tunnels for the subways. It was after the war. Yeah. Before the war, you had that, like the Hankai-sen and all the streetcars. The what do you call it? Chin Chin. Densha. Yeah.
そういや、なんか
before the subways were built.
天王寺エリア、そうだ、I have never seen. Recently, I know the
Hankai.
in 天王寺エリア is the そうだ、チンチン電車。
Yeah.
そうだ、now is already going to the.
Okay, so before the subway, those streetcars, Domen Densha.
路面電車。
The Domen Denshas went all over the city.
うん。
But then when they started building the subway, they closed. They ended all of the Domen Densha north and west of Tennoji.
うん
They were all shut down because they put subways in.
うん
So when the subways came in, then the Domen Denshas ended, and the only remaining streetcars were the Hankai south and east of Tennoji.
天王寺
So those are like the legacy because they didn't build subways there. So
いやいやいや。
yeah.
うん、そうだ、in Hiroshima is no subway.
And Nagasaki
Ah,
too. They got
the
the streetcars
It's
in
very
Nagasaki
strange.
too. Yeah.
So-
Very
it's
old
very
fashioned
comfortable.
style.
I use
Yeah.
such a train.
Yeah.
But, うん。
But subways require a very expensive. The land value has to be really expensive.
Land value.
It has to be high price
High price.
because drilling a tunnel and maintaining underground trains and all that stuff means that the area above has very high land value.
うん。
So if you look at a city, the land value there's like 3 stages. It's like a wedding cake.
うん。
You know, wedding cake. When the
Mhm.
land value is very high, the trains are underground.
なんだろうな。うん。
And then when you step down, the underground trains go elevated,
うん。
right? Like the Mito Suji.
うん。
And then when you get out in the countryside, the trains go back to the surface again.
うん。
Like if you look at the Keihan, here's a Keihan's a great
Keihan.
example. The very expensive part of the city, it's a subway.
うん。
And then when you get out to Neyagawa, it's elevated.
うん。
And then when you get out to Kuzuha,
うん。
it's on the surface of the ground.
うん。
So you have surface train, elevated, subway. That's the wedding cake for land value.
へー
And the most
へー
valuable parts where the land value is very valuable, it's subways.
うん。
And you get B1, B2, B3. I've never in my life had seen a B2 or B3 in my life before. I had never seen, you know how like Hankyu, Kintetsu, what's the other one? They have those the underground supermarket. You know, like the Hankyu underground gourmet supermarkets. Yeah, I had never seen an underground supermarket in my life until I came to Osaka.
いやー、そうだ、it's a very, いやー、
Yeah.
アンダーグラウンド。いや
My school in America had no
Mhm.
steps, no stairs.
ー、おー
All the
へー
classrooms were on the
What?
first floor.
only first floor.
Yeah, there was no reason to have a second floor because the land is cheap.
いや
And then I come to the city and the schools have 5
ー
floors.
い
Yeah.
いやー、そう
Yeah.
だ、in my childhood in Hiroshima, so the, yeah, me too, so that I have never tried the underground.
You never saw a B3 in your life. Yeah.
Very nice. うん。
Those old underground, like if you go to the Daiichi building, Osaka or Umeda
第一、
Daiichi
第二、第三。
and Umeda
Yeah,
Daini, the ceiling is so low.
No.
But then you go to the new undergrounds like Dearmore or Krista Nagahori, and it's really high ceilings because those old undergrounds, like, oh, you're like a mogura, you feel like a mole, you know. But the new architectures, you know, high ceiling. You don't even think Krista Nagahori. I'm underground, really. You don't think, you don't feel like you're underground. Yeah.
いやー、第1ビル、第2ビル is underground.
Very old-fashioned.
Very old.
Yeah.
Pressure or so.
But some really good food, some really good
Oh,
restaurants.
yes, very cheap and very good too. So
You know what I think? I think it's the same food as Kitashinchi. A lot of those cooks and chefs and suppliers in the daytime, they're working the underground Daiichi Daini, and then in the evenings they work in the Kitashinchi. So I think it's a lot of the same, but the price is much higher.
So that's very different.
But I think it's the same quality. It's the same.
Yeah.
Same food. Just,
Sometimes so in the such a building, the underground areas is that sometimes the very famous spot or the very delicious, very cheap and the
at lunchtime. Yeah.
lunch. Yes.
But dinner, you got to go over to Kitashinchi and pay full price.
Very different.
But I think it's the same food. It's just a higher price because it's evening.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to pay that.
Is a very
Well, it's that Onesan. It's that Onesan extra fee. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Osaka is an interesting city.
At first, for the first time when come to get to Osaka, so I was very surprised in the underground area.
Yeah.
So, why is there such a very wide area in underground?
Well, because each square meter has such a high value, it has to be used multiple times to justify the value. Yeah. Most of my friends, my bedroom was upstairs, but most of my friends, they lived in a one-story house with no stairs. The garage, the living room, the kitchen, the bedrooms, it was all one
room
floor, and they had a front yard and a backyard and a swimming pool and a swing set and a boat parked next to the house. Because it's Oregon, you know. But you come to Osaka, you get these. The building is like a bookshelf. One little elevator and all these floors and.
Yes.
Yeah, very different environment.
My parents' house in Hiroshima is a local area, so it's one floor and no stairs. So
Yeah, exactly.
It's really same. My apartment is now is under construction, repairing so.
Yeah,
So
refurbishing.
Distant.
Yeah, a lot of construction.
Under construction.
When do they finish?
Maybe 3 or 4 months later.
Okay. Yeah. We went through that painting schedule. Was it 2 years ago? Took 6 months of darkness with the net. My wife was so upset. Oh, it's so dark in here.
Now we cannot open the door.
Oh no.
Daytime, so we cannot.
Well, you're in air conditioning, so.
Only air conditioning is very useful. Effective. Yes.
So what is are you making an Obon? Obon is coming up in August. When does Shuma's school holiday begin?
Sorry, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe around June.
Oh, really?
Maybe, but he now he tried to the American football,
So he doesn't have time to come home?
No, maybe not come home. Maybe in next Saturday, we will go to Nagoya to
Okay.
Shuma.
Okay.
So now is Shuma is not good to health, so he is he played the all midnight, so with his friends. So
His first time at Freedom.
freedom.
Yeah,
so
he's gotta learn.
He chat the
Yeah.
line to me, so that time is 4 a.m. so
He'll learn. He'll learn. You got to balance your work-life balance. Yeah. Learn.
Yes, work-life balance.
So what? You're next week? This weekend? You're going?
This weekend.
Is it a day trip or overnight?
Yeah, day trip.
Okay. You take Shinkansen or Kintetsu?
In this time is by car.
Oh, you're driving. Okay.
Yeah, 2 hours or 3 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. How much is the expressway fee? That's a little expensive.
いや、まず、if go and 帰れたら 3 person can go to the by car.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Then it's cheaper than the train, I guess.
Yes, so
Okay.
if my Shinkansen is
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
per person.
Okay. Take the Meihan.
名阪ライン and
Yeah, okay.
Meishin and 名阪
Yeah, okay.
But very so smoothly and very
Yeah,
quickly, so
okay.
that,
What kind of car do you drive?
What kind of car?
What is it, a Porsche?
Nissan?
Nissan? What is it?
ガソリンかなんていうの SUV か SUV
SUV? Yeah, what
Yeah.
is the brand? What is the
あ
model?
トヨタエアリスクロストヨタブランド
Okay, so it's
The name is
comfortable
Yaris.
for a long drive.
うん
It's comfortable.
メーカーだと
Yeah,
そう
okay.
だうんだけどthe only the speed is the so the auto
Oh, that's nice.
Speed
Cruise
is
control,
the-
yeah.
うんで
Well, now
very-
Tesla has their robo taxis running in.
あロボ
in-
タクシー
yeah, have you seen the
そう
videos?
Mhm.
In Texas,
in Texas
the robo taxis are running now. Yeah.
So the stock Tesla stock price is so the upping.
Yeah, sure.
Mm,
Yeah, it's good news.
very nice.
Yeah, and it's good data for the company. They're getting good data. Yeah.
いや、いいなぁ。
Yeah.
So the, in Japan, so the, in this season is in this time is so the many companies hold the stock meeting. じゃあ
Oh, is it the quarterly
Stockholders
stockholders report?
meeting.
Quarterly report?
Yeah. So
Okay.
this time,
Mm.
So Panasonic is in this one day, so the we hold the so so another famous company is in this week. So
Yeah,
the other
okay.
company is, so hold such a meeting. So the
Mm.
it's a very very the なんていうかな it's very hard. the very hard time for us is
This is a hard time for a lot of legacy technology companies. Legacy technology, that's kind of a strange thing to say, but there's a new tech wave, right? The AI, self-driving, electric vehicles, and then there's old tech, right? Like Toyota and Sony and right. So it's stressful. Even Intel is having problems. Intel, Boeing, these companies, the old giants are having problems because there's a new wave of technologies like Tesla and Nvidia and even Apple is having some problems. Apple's having problems with their AI is not as good as the Google AI and yeah. So it looks like some revolutions will be happening. Honda's got good news with their reusable rocket. That's good news for Honda.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And last time, so the you said,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Good luck
You-
to
do
them. There are only 3 companies that are doing this. There's a Chinese company called Landspace. They're basically trying to just copy what SpaceX is doing. Then there's Honda that has this
Yeah.
new system of their own.
うん。いやいやいやいや。
Then there's SpaceX, but Blue Origin, I mean, well, Amazon's rocket company.
ああ。
Also, so
ブルー
there's
オリジン
four.
メイドバイアマゾン。
Well, but they haven't proven their technology yet. They don't really have. They're still working on it. Everybody is 10 years behind Tesla. Or 10 years behind SpaceX. SpaceX is 10 years ahead of everyone. Yeah. SpaceX, yeah, they're way ahead. 10 years is a long time to be ahead in technology. Yeah.
SpaceX is the headquarters is Austin, Texas. Headquarters office is
I think anywhere that Elon Musk sits down is their headquarters. So if Elon Musk is sitting down in Texas, if Elon Musk takes a trip to Singapore, then
いや、そうだ。Imagine that so the Tesla's headquarters, so the SpaceX headquarters is a very.
well, now here's the thing. What they do have a technology center in California.
うん。
Many rocket scientists don't want to live in Texas. They want to live in California. California is the traditional home of aerospace,
うん。
right? And a lot of these California aerospace engineers, they want to live in California. It's a nice place to live. They don't want to move to Texas.
うん。
But I think
Yeah.
moving the headquarters to Texas, they save money on taxes.
あ
The taxes in California are the highest in the
あ。
country.
いやいや、many headquarters is Samsung was it? あ、違うな。Samsung. Yeah, many companies.
Maybe they have got a factory there.
うん
The governor of Texas is very open-minded about bringing in new companies and foreign companies and investors.
Yeah.
California is kind of a gridlocked, traditional legacy, kind of a closed market.
うん
And it's another scandal. California is pretty scandalous. It's yeah, a lot of scandals going on in California.
That's the 1 month ago, so in the Los Angeles is so many なんていうの
Riots. Oh God.
the fighting the police and the protesters.
Yeah.
The mayor of the Los Angeles is a Democratic.
It's the governor of California.
Governor.
Yeah.
So the Trump sign is so the very accused, complaint to the such a situation.
Yeah, it's basically it's the opposite political party. They're Democrats and they're left wing and they're it's very scandalous. It's a big scandal. But fortunately, it seems like this Israel-Iran war is over. America demonstrated some high-power military technology. NATO is happy, except for Spain. Spain doesn't really consider themselves a member of Europe, right? They don't consider themselves as a member of Europe. Spain is almost more of an African country. Seriously, they're a paper member of NATO, but not really.
No money. Spain is no money.
Spain did not fight in World War II. They did not fight in World War I. Spain does not consider themselves a member of Europe. Spain is a paper member of NATO. Yeah. So.
Yeah, very so the Israel is so the very strong country. So the
well, Iran was running down the same path as North Korea.
Same pattern.
Same path. If Iran had gotten that nuclear weapon, then they'd be in the same category as North Korea, unstoppable. So stopping them from getting a nuke was very important. Very important. Yeah. Yeah.
It's right.
I think that's another reason we're seeing the stock market going up, because the whole world is like, okay, Israel and Iran is over. Iran's not getting a nuclear weapon. There's stability in the Middle East now, because oil is such an important part of the world economy, and so much oil is coming out. Trump said Iran can sell oil now. It's okay for Iran to sell oil now. And so you see a reduction in oil prices. Energy prices will be coming down. And that's good for the economy.
Yeah.
Oil price is such a big, important part of the global economy. So, yeah.
Yeah. So in this situation is so very complicated. So
well, this should help Japan, because cheaper energy for Japan means a better economy for Japan.
Oh yes, I think so. So
Yeah.
it's a very good time. Good time. No?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
but the United States could do this without using a nuclear weapon. We have special bombs that can penetrate deep into the rock. If Israel wanted to stop Iran's nuclear program, they would have to use a nuclear weapon. If any other country wanted to stop Iran's nuclear program, they would have to use a nuclear weapon. But America could do it with a non-nuclear weapon, right? And that's very important, because when you cross that red line into using nuclear weapons, that changes the game.
Yeah.
If you can do this without using nuclear weapons, it's almost like, let's say you have a patient with cancer, and if the doctor says, well, we have two choices. We can cut you open to remove the cancer. You have to have a surgery, and we have to cut your brain open and take out the tube. Or you can take this medication, right? And if you say, well, does the medication work? Well, we hope so, because cutting you open is a very dangerous thing, right? Crossing that red line into using nuclear weapons, right? That's basically World War III. So the fact that America could use conventional bombs, not nuclear bombs, to destroy Iran's nuclear program was the whole world, all the NATO countries, all the pro-Western countries were very relieved. And then, of course, the next week, Trump goes to NATO summit in where is it? Netherlands. Yeah. And everybody's like, thank you, Mr. Trump. You stopped Iran's nuclear program. You didn't have to use nuclear weapons. The war with Israel and Iran is over. And we're going to get all this cheap oil and gas coming out of the Middle East now. And so it's hotto shiteru. Relief.
Relief. Yeah. I think so. Very quickly,
good timing.
After bombing, and very quickly,
evidently those bombs were very effective.
Very effective.
Yeah.
Yeah. American-Israel the relationship is a very.
It's been very tight since.
Very tight.
Well, since the end of World War II. I mean, if you think about it, the Nazis, Nazi Germany had those camps, those prison camps. You remember that movie Schindler's List? Did you see that movie?
Yes.
Yeah. So Auschwitz and all of those other prison camps where the Jewish people were being murdered, and of course, well, America and Russia though were the ones that freed those people. Right? Russia also. The Americans came in from the West and the Russians came in from the East, and we freed those prisoners, but they had already killed millions of people. But we ended the war with Germany, and then Israel, the Jews were able to establish their own nation, And from that point forward,
Mhm.
the Soviet Union was an anti-religious country.
Mhm.
They don't allow religions. They did not allow religion. The communists don't allow religion.
Mhm.
Communist China doesn't have churches.
Mm.
The Soviet
No.
Union did not allow Jewish people, Christian people, Muslim people to go to church.
Mm.
But the United States, freedom of religion is part of our heritage.
Mhm.
So for us, the Jewish people were automatically friends of the United States.
Mhm.
They couldn't be friends with the Soviet Union
Mm.
because Soviet Union does not allow churches and religion.
Mhm.
So from that point, since the end of World War II,
Mhm.
the Jewish religion, the Judea people,
You're the-
Israel and the United States had a very strong relationship, a strong friendship from that time forward.
Mm.
The United States and Israel have been very close since the end of World War II.
Yeah, such as historical stories are so very difficult for Japanese. So the Judea and the Israel, the Palestine.
Well, now let's think about that. Think about Taiwan and mainland China.
Yes.
Taiwan is a very close relationship with Japan,
Yes.
but mainland China is a very difficult relationship with Japan. It's that kind of situation.
It's that kind of
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah.
Similar.
Israel never had a good relationship with Soviet Union, but they always had a good relationship with the United States. Yeah. So it's like Japan, Taiwan, China, United States, Israel, and then right?
Yeah, but Israel is very aggressively the offense.
They learned. They lost
Yeah.
7 million people to the Nazis.
No,
Nazi Germany eliminated over 7 million of their people.
people.
And they learned if we don't fight, we die.
Yeah.
So they basically ultra military, super militarized their country.
Yeah.
Yeah. For survival.
Very military skill of Israel is a very, very, なんていうの、なんか sophisticated.
Well,
very aggressive.
and of course, everybody wants American equipment because the American equipment is the best
Very
equipment.
closely, so the
Yeah.
tight.
Well, Saudi Arabia wants American equipment. Kuwait, UAE, Qatar, all of those people want the American equipment. Israel, they want the American jet fighters, they want the American missiles, they want the American tanks. Because yeah. And Boeing and Lockheed and General Dynamics and Northrop, they want to sell those things to them for the money.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's our win-win.
Win-win.
Yeah. A lot of that money is our money anyway. Saudi Arabia's money is Americans' money because every day we buy the gasoline. Right?
Yeah.
So it really, I mean, Saudi Arabia sells oil to the whole world. But a lot of that is American dollars. A lot of that is American people driving to work every day. So originally, a lot of it is our money, right? But they want to give it back to us if we build a nice jet fighter or a nice missile system or a nice radar, early warning radar system. Okay, so this is how the economy flows. Boeing is having a hard time with commercial airlines.
Yeah. Commercial area.
But
is
with
tight
their
situation.
military equipment, the markup is really high.
Yeah. Military section is a very strong. So
It's-
now is the main country.
It's a rich sector.
そうだ
This is where Japan loses because Japan does not sell military
い
hardware.
やー、We don't have the military
Lasers.
officially. レーザー
Lasers.
システムいや。
Lasers
Mm.
are a way for Japan to make money in this new area of technology. We have all this new drone threat from drones, threat from missile systems, and the only way to stop it, or the best way to stop it, is with lasers. I think Japan could be a world leader in that area.
いや。
Make some money building defensive lasers. Countries like Israel would pay you. Countries like the United States would pay you. If the Japanese lasers were the best lasers for stopping missiles, we would buy them.
If we can produce also such advanced technology.
Japan has
Mm.
companies like Kyocera and
Kyocera.
Mitsubishi and Hitachi and who are the Hondotai, but not just Hondotai, but the lens, companies like it used to be Minolta and Olympus and Pentax, but I don't know who are the glass lens companies now, that Japanese optics companies. That's very important. If you're building lasers, you need really good lenses and really good like image stabilization technologies and imaging technologies and high power DC like Hitachi and the fiber lasers. So you need really high quality glass, high quality semiconductor, Hondotai, high power electronics, battery storage. Japan has a lot of world leadership in high quality capacitors, like Kyocera. Japan could do this.
So in the historically, maybe such a same situation is happens. Maybe the semiconductor at first the advancing, but gradually the catch up in the China and Korea, and the liquid displays section is the same. Now is the laser or the maybe the in the future, maybe the catch up in another company, another country.
Well, as you know, let's look at
difficult.
the avionics, right?
Avionics.
Yeah, the aircraft electronics. It's not something you sell. The Carrozzeria is not going to sell this stuff, right? It's for aircraft, and it's specially licensed, and it's specially tested, and it's specially developed, and there's special software. It's not easy to steal this kind of technology, right? I mean, televisions, that's one thing. Hair dryers, washing machines, they can copy that stuff. But copying that kind of high level military grade stuff is a lot harder. So it's difficult to develop, but once you're in the production phase, it's easy to make your money back because the markup is so high. Because you got to pay back the R&D, and so you charge a lot more money because the R&D has to be paid for. These are high-powered lasers. These are dangerous machines. You're not going to sell them to children. You're not going to sell this at the Konan. You're not going to be able to walk into the Royal Home Center and buy a 10 kilowatt laser system. It's a military only contract. So I think it's a good business to be in. There's one company you might do some research on. The company's name is Raytheon. Raytheon. Yeah, Raytheon. They basically make mostly defense. Raytheon. Yeah, this Raytheon. Where's my glasses?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at this. Raytheon.
レチオン。
Yeah.
レチオン。I
Yeah.
don't know. So, oh, it's
Yeah.
レチオン technology.
I think they're like they don't make hair dryers, they don't make washing machines, they don't make smartphones. They make like guided missile systems, you know.
Oh.
And their profit margin is really high.
Yeah, very.
But their R&D budget is very high too. So
It's a lot of them. They have a lot of money.
well, it's almost like the pharmaceutical companies, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Yaku, what do you call it? Yakuhin Daisha?
Oh, yeah.
Their R&D budgets are really high, but then their sales revenue is very high too. It's kind of a
Yes.
high stakes, like a rich man's game.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
Medical companies are so such
Yeah.
a system, such a business model. So
Yeah.
many R&D
Yeah.
fees.
So Japan has the ability to enter this kind of market because Japan has Mitsubishi and Hitachi.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
so I would like to see. This is every military in the world wants to know, how do we defend against these drones? And lasers are really the answer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Laser
You're not going to
system.
have a bunch of police with shotguns with nets that come out of a shotgun and all these crazy ideas for stopping drones. It's not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
Lasers are really the answer to it. Yeah.
Laser system.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to stop a North Korean missile from destroying
Mm-hmm.
Tokyo, you
Yeah.
need really good lasers. Lasers with an S.
Yeah.
You can't just pray.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just hope. You need a real world answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I have to go to Tokyo, so it's a very dangerous.
Well, I mean, if Mount Fuji exploded and destroyed Tokyo,
Oh.
the whole country of Japan would fall, right? If
Yeah.
Osaka was destroyed in a big earthquake, it would be, I mean, Kobe was bad, but imagine if the center had been Osaka, it would have been 100 times worse, right?
Yeah, I think so. So
I know Sendai was bad and Fukushima was bad, but imagine if the center had been Tokyo, it would destroy the national economy would have been destroyed. Yeah. So it's a priceless investment. I don't know how much money the United States paid. They sent 7 stealth bombers. Each stealth bomber had 2 14-ton bombs. Okay, so you're talking 28 tons of bomb load on each stealth fighter or bomber, right? And they had to refuel. They flew 18 hours from the United States to Iran. Right? And then, of course, F-15s and F-22s and F-16s, all the escort aircraft, all the refueling aircraft, all the, right? How much did that cost? How much did the United States spend on that mission? Just that mission. $1 billion? $2 billion? I don't know. But it doesn't matter because if it stops World War III,
it's important.
Yeah. How do you can't put a price? It's a priceless mission. It's a priceless capability.
Price. Yeah, it's priceless mission.
Yeah, exactly. People talk about how much money it cost to the Apollo moon landing, right? How many billions of dollars in 1969 it cost to land on the moon, but the point is, it was a priceless human
うん。
endeavor. You
Mm.
can't put a price on that.
いや。
How much the Mona Lisa, you know,
う
the
ん
Mona Lisa, the Leonardo da Vinci's painting.
うん
What is the price? There's no price. You can't put a price.
Mm.
It's priceless,
プライス。
right? A human life,
Yeah,
a
yeah.
human life, human life is
Yeah.
priceless. Any city
Mm.
on earth, if you destroy one city on earth and kill millions of people, that's you can't put a price on saving that. So I think Japan, if Japan could step forward and take it
うん。
defense more seriously,
うん。いや、it's also very dangerous.
the world would say thank you.
うん。Yes, of course, no thank you.
The world would say thank you.
うん。
Defensive system, not more bombs, not GDI, not more guns, not more tanks, but a defensive system.
うん。ディフェンス。
Yeah.
うん。
Stop those
Okay.
Korean missiles, stop those
Mm.
drones, the terrorist drones, stop the, keep the sky safe.
うん。
I'd like to see Japan join
Give.
companies
Yeah.
like Raytheon and Boeing and Lockheed and Northrop. Japan has the.
うん
Japan needs a leadership.
Yeah, so I think so. Of course, in Japan is especially in leader in Asia area. Except for the China.
Japan needs leadership. I don't think Ishiba is the right leader for that.
うん。石破さん is a
I
leadership.
don't think
Good
so.
leadership.
I don't know who.
After Ishiba?
Not Koizumi.
Yeah, not Koizumi. I
Who?
think not. Sorry, I don't know.
Nobody knows. I ask everyone, and nobody has an answer.
Nobody. Yes, I cannot imagine.
Still waiting. We're still waiting.
Yeah. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you. June
Yeah.
has ended.
Yes. Next time is 7 July.
Is that Tanabata?
Tanabata.
Is it?
Yeah, no.
No, when is our
Tanabata
next?
Next time is
Oh, July 3rd.
July 3rd. Mhm.
There are 5 Thursdays
そういうことか。
in July.
But August is maybe we have to take a
Okay.
we will take a holiday 14th.
Okay. So we'll take a holiday August 14th,
Yeah,
and we'll have 5 lessons in July.
July.
Perfect.
And, August is 3 days.
Great.
Yeah,
Okay.
no problem.
I'll see you on July 3rd.
July 3rd. Yeah, no problem. Okay.
Thank you. Say hello
Thank
to
you.
Shuma for me.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. I'll see you.
See you.
Have a good night.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye.